morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Could you please stand for a moment of silent reflection? Please be seated. Good morning, Madam Clerk. Could you conduct roll call, please?
Sure, and good morning. Councillor Bennett? Councillor Bennett, if you can hear us, can you put on your camera and... Councillor Brose?
Present.
Councillor Doncaster?
Present.
Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Warden Emo?
Present.
Councillor Giardini?
Present.
Councillor Grills?
Present.
Councillor Yon?
Present.
Councillor Lynch?
Here.
Councillor McKenzie? Councillor Mayville?
Present.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Nicholson?
Here.
Councillor Service?
Here.
Councillor Watt?
Present.
Councillor Weir?
Here.
Councillor Wilmer?
Present.
I'll just try again for the people joining us by Zoom. Councillor McKenzie?
Here.
Councillor Bennett, if you can hear us, can you turn on your camera and acknowledge us? Thank you, Warden. We do have quorum.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. I would like a motion and seconder, please, that the minutes of the special County Council meeting of February 26, 2025 be adopted as amended. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Brose, the 6th, February 6th, seconder, member from Empire. Discussion, my apologies for that. All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried, thank you. Certainly the calendar is going fast enough without me adding to it. That the minutes of the special County Council closed session of February 6, 2025 be adopted. Mover, please. Member from Kilheggy Richards, second member from Boncher Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. That the minutes of County Council meeting of February 12, 2025 be adopted. Mover, please. Member from Laurentian Hills, second by member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion? Member from Amherst Bromley.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Warden, were these the minutes that had initially omitted the screenshot of the grid?
No, it was the February 6th ones that had the omission.
Oh, okay, so I was somewhat remiss, but I'm assuming the minutes that were adopted would be inclusive of the chart.
Yes, they will be.
Thank you.
As amended.
I'm sorry, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And the minutes of County Council closed session of February 12, 2025 be adopted. Mover, please. Member from Greater Madawaska, second by member from Brudenell-Lyndoch, Raglan. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. Since the last County Council meeting of February 12th, I have attended 12 meetings on council business. Today, my address is very short, but it is critical. I want to reiterate the message from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario: vote like your quality of life depends on it. Provincial support is crucial for municipalities to provide the quality of life our residents expect. Our provincial partnerships must reflect the commitments necessary to attract those who live, work, and invest in Ontario communities, especially in these times. The County of Renfrew continues to advocate for sustainable infrastructure funding, fair municipal revenue tools, and stronger provincial municipal relationships and collaboration. From housing to healthcare, transportation to emergency services, we are at the forefront of ensuring our residents have what they need and deserve. That is why it is critical to elect leaders who recognize and support the vital role of municipalities. I urge you to take time to vote tomorrow and take a friend. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And I'll ask Mr. Kelly to introduce the delegation, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. It's my pleasure to introduce two members from the Renfrew County District School Board who join us today to bring us an update. Of course, Mr. Leo Boland is no stranger to many of you as the board chair, and Kristen Nemi, who's a stranger to many of you because Kristen's new to the area in the last several months. So I guess it's been a year now, Kristen. So if both of you could join us and give us an update, we'd love to hear from the school board. Welcome.
Thank you. As you had said, I'm newly elected chair of the Renfrew County District School Board since just past November. And Director Kristen Nemi is here. She's about a year into her, just past her rookie year, right? Yeah. So we have rookie cards for her. That'll go out later.
I'd also like to introduce some staff at the back that have joined us. So we have Jennifer Barnes, who is our superintendent of business, and I know that some of the staff that work alongside you might be connecting with Jen on a number of things. And we also have Connor Bunn, who is our communications officer.
The purpose of coming here today is just to share with you a little history, background about our board, share with you what we are doing currently, talk about where we are collaborating between ourselves and the county, and also talk about what else we can do together.
Yeah, should be that. Yep, there we go.
Oh, too fast. There we go. All right. So currently we have 7 families of schools. You can see the distribution. We have roughly 9,100 students with 21 elementary schools and 7 secondary schools. For the 2023 school year, we have 61% of all students in Renfrew County attending our schools. And we have different configurations of schools. We have kindergarten to grade 12. We have kindergarten to grade 6. We have kindergarten to grade 8. We have 7 to 12 and 9 to 12. We're the 3rd largest employer in Renfrew County, behind Base Petawawa and CNL. We issued last year a little over 2,300 T4s. We have 1,611 permanent employees, and our operating budget of $165 million. Also added on to that, we would put our capital budget at $9.5 million. And then we also have a separate fund, a responsive education programs funding of about $2 million. And that brings our total budget of $176.5 million. This is a current snapshot from our past strategic plan, or our current strategic plan that we have in place now. And our priorities are based on our vision, which is inspire, achieve, empower, as you can read there. So the inspire that we had based our priorities on this current strategic plan is to engage the community and partnerships, to empower equity and well-being, and to achieve excellence in teaching and learning. And the nice thing about our little motto is that for the inspire, achieve, and empower, we could use that for whatever we engage ourselves in. So use it for our staff, for our students, and just for engaging our partnerships.
Thank you, Chair. So we thought what we would do is share some of our good news stories with you first, and then lead into some upcoming pieces that we wanted to invite you to join us for. So we released our annual report at the December board meeting, and there's a link in your package, so you could click on that. It'll take you to the board website that has the full report. Today we thought we would just give a couple of highlights under those 3 priorities. So the first priority is to inspire community engagement and partnerships, and there were 3 good news stories that are, probably a half to a full page in detail in the actual report. We just thought we'd put a little caption about each one. So we have done a lot of work around in the area of truth and reconciliation. We also really prioritize skilled trades in Renfrew County District School Board. So all 7 high schools have extensive technological shops. Our Board of Trustees last June approved additional funds to improve them even more. They are excellent to begin with, but we are investing even more because we know that we have that labor market need. And so we want to prepare our students and have them exploring a variety of options in the trades. And one connection to that we'll talk about right now is Specialist High Skills Major programs. We have a variety, and that's a ministry program in a variety of sectors and all pathways, whether the students in the workplace pathway, college or university, they can work towards an SHSM red seal on their diploma, and they're connected to specific sectors. So the environment, construction, manufacturing, so lots of trades, but also others. So for example, health and wellness is a very common SHSM in our board. And so it can support students in exploring a variety of careers that connect to health and wellness. Entrepreneurs for Change was a new initiative last year that we're very proud of. Some of you probably heard about it because there were very strong connections to community. And so we have a central team. This year they're called Inspired Learning Coaches, which connects to our Inspired Learning Framework. Essentially, the students are developing 21st century skills like creativity, entrepreneurship, communication skills, collaboration. And so it's like Dragon's Den for kids. And so they come up with their own ideas about what they're going to create, make, sell, and then the proceeds go to a local charity. And so I was one of the dragons at Valor not that long ago. Gary, you were there in the morning. I was there in the afternoon. And it's really interesting to see what the students come up with. and they're passionate, they're engaged, and that's what we want to see in them. And that's how we help them develop their numeracy and literacy skills, is through project-based learning like this initiative, Entrepreneurs for Change. So it started last year and it's continuing this year. Under the priority of empowering equity and well-being, we had a couple of good news stories. We have been doing a lot of staff professional learning related to human rights and equity. So last year, there was professional learning related to combating anti-Black racism, and also the Ministry of Education added pieces into various parts of the curriculum around Holocaust education. And so we provided training on that. Also, you may have heard that the ministry has been adding modules into specific grades related to mental health. And so last year was the first year that we had mental health modules in our grade 7 and 8 programming through health and physical education. And so our teachers received training on that. This year, the module is in grade 10 in the career studies course. And so we have grade 10 teachers receiving training this year. And so there are specific modules in that programming. And in the intermediate grades from grade 7 to 10 is a key time, right, in students' lives to receive that type of additional support. Under the priority of achieving excellence in teaching and learning, the Ministry of Education has two main priorities right now related to curriculum, learning, and teaching. One is they've continued with a focus on math. Every school board has a math achievement action plan, and every school board has to identify, well, the ministry identifies for us, priority schools, and so they receive more support, like math coaches, additional resources, that type of thing, to provide extra support to support our students in achieving greater in math. The other priority of the ministry is primary literacy. And so the Ontario Human Rights Commission released what's called the Right to Read report, really looked at how some students have really been underserved by the approach to literacy in Ontario. And as a result, the curriculum changed all the way from grade 1 into high school. Currently, the kindergarten curriculum is also under review because of the findings from this report. And so there is a shift back toward, and I shouldn't say the word back. Sometimes that happens. But there is a greater emphasis on phonics. And so there's, sometimes things ebb and flow. And right now, there is that greater focus, and it's called structured literacy. Finally, so the first two were ministry priorities that we are implementing. The third one is a local priority. And so our Board of Trustees a few years ago identified that there was a lack of equity around access to French immersion programming across the county in Renfrew County District School Board. And so the Board of Trustees tasked staff with figuring out a plan to expand French immersion so that it was accessible by all families. And we've been working very hard to do that. Multiple schools are in year 1, year 2, year 3 of implementing French immersion. And most recently this year, we've expanded and added in bilingual kindergarten and early French immersion at Mackenzie Community School in Deep River and at Highview Public School in Pembroke. And we're receiving very positive feedback from our families about that. So those are some of the good news stories from last school year.
Thanks, Vincent. So I'm pleased to talk about this particular slide. So it's about our partnership that we have with Renfrew County and our co-op program. So currently we have 4 RCDSB students with a co-op program here, 2 at the county office, and 1 with VTAC. And I just was looking at some information, and next month it'll be a 5-year anniversary for the VTAC. And I just know from living here within the county that it's certainly well used. And thank you for having that, and congratulations on the county and the VTAC for 5 years of supporting the I'm sure students, but also everybody in Renfrew County. And then 1 student with the Renfrew County Paramedic Service. And I especially like this because before I took on the chair position, I was a paramedic for 38 years with the county, and it was a good time to retire to take on the chair position. And I learned that as of this Monday, we had a meeting between our county and the county and our board talking about co-op with the paramedic service. And they had said that they're going to try and implement having a co-op student on the actual ambulances themselves. So it's like, it's nice to finally have that come back. When I was a paramedic, we had some co-op students, and then it just went by the wayside. So it's nice to see that that's coming back. And the last thing I just want to mention is that currently we have over 600 co-op students in the out in the field across various partnerships in the county. So I want to thank all those partnerships that are helping these students, further advance their education.
So one question we have for you is how can we further our partnership between Renfrew County District School Board and the County of Renfrew? And so some of the more recent steps that have been taken is there are 8 organizations that are sort of closer to the Pembroke area that historically had a group called Renfrew Area Administrators Group. And so the county is one of the partners. And so CAO Kelly and I sit on this group, and again, we're with 6 other colleagues from across 6 other organizations, and we work together to find ways to collaborate across organizations. So one thing that we've recently done is we brought our finance leaders together to talk about how we might, well, A, share strategies about how to stretch our dollars, and then B, how could we get really creative and maybe work together to find ways to stretch our dollars even further. So that's one action we've recently taken. The second action that we've taken is we have been talking about having joint professional development opportunities for our staff. So we've started with our senior teams, and we've been bringing our senior teams together to look at how we can advance truth and reconciliation across the 8 organizations. And so we had day 1 back in November. It was hosted at Algonquin College because they're one of the partners in this group. And then day 2 happens to be this Friday out at the Makwa Community Center in the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation. And so the 2 school boards are hosting alongside our First Nations partners in the community. And so we're having day 2 this Friday. We've been the first day day 1 we had about between 50 and 60 staff, all senior leaders from across these 8 organizations engaged in learning together. And then we're there together on this Friday with the goal that we are identifying concrete actions that align with the calls to action and the 44 articles from UNDRIP to implement in our organizations. So those are 2 ways that we've been advancing our partnership, because there's a connection there between Renfrew County District School Board and Renfrew County. But we also wonder about advocacy opportunities, and I will share, it's in the media. Lots of school boards right now are expressing concerns from a financial perspective, having difficulty balancing their budgets. And there are 3 main areas that continue where the expenses are exceeding our funding. And one is mental health, special education, and transportation. And as you know, we certainly had some challenges in the fall related to transportation. And at the crux of it is that our expenses far exceed the funding that we're receiving. And we're not alone in that. There are many school boards in the Eastern region in particular who are facing the same struggles. So we'd love to explore opportunities with you around advocacy, because we think that some of this is, our families are your families. And, mental health, for example, it's not only impacting our schools, it's impacting also a variety of other aspects, right, outside of our school board and our schools. So perhaps there are opportunities that we can explore to advocate together.
Thanks. So this is from our current strategic plan. The vision, the mission, the values, and strategic priorities, these were developed at our last strategic plan, where we had the trustees get together to come up with these 3 statements here. So the vision, as I talked about, inspire, empower, achieve, and our mission working together to foster outstanding educational experiences, and that includes like the co-op programs and the board here. And then we value our students, our staff, and our communities. And something else that we had, the last little statement at the bottom, was that we decided that for every strategic plan or whatever we're doing, we do have to look after our stewardship of resources. We don't have unlimited finances. And then also whatever we do, we have to measure it. So we just put that as a separate statement, because I think in the strategic plan before that, they were separate items within our strategic plan. So it's just something that, you know, we're just following through, that everything we do, we have to look after our resources and then track it to make sure that, you know, what programs we're offering, what we're doing is a good bang for the buck.
So you could see that our current strategic plan ends in 2025, and that means that we're currently in a consultation phase for the next strategic plan. And so the next one is going to be a 4-year plan as well, which will go from 2026 to 2030. And we really want community input because we need to hear from communities and families. We're going to be consulting with all members of our educational community, but we need to hear about, we need to think about what do we want for students by 2030. That's the end of the strategic plan. Our world is changing very quickly, and we need to ensure that our students are prepared. And so we want a lot of voice, multiple perspectives going into this strategic plan. And so yesterday, I think it was yesterday, may have been Monday, we sent out an email to many community partners with a personal invitation to our consultation sessions. And so we have 5 consultation sessions happening for community partners. They're all taking place from 1:30 to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and then those are the 5 locations where we are having consultations. And so you are welcome to attend any of them. Like, it doesn't have to be your area, your neck of the woods. If that date doesn't work for you, you could attend any of them. And so there was an RSVP in the slide deck, a link that takes you to Eventbrite where you can sign up. Also, if you did, like someone here, maybe CAO Kelly, received an email as well with the same types of details. So we really hope that you will join us for these consultations, because we really would like a lot of voice into this plan. We are using a series of consultations and surveys to gather input. All students, families, and staff will also have the opportunity to provide input, as well as community partners. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you. And questions from members of council? So we'll start with Laurentian Hills, Boncher Valley, and then Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Always good to hear about our schools. I'm especially glad to hear about your, what's it called, your, the one for your trades. I'm a retired Red Seal machinist, so glad to hear that you're putting more emphasis back on that. But when you mentioned mental health training, it only starts in grade 7. What is happening to our younger kids from JK up? Because I know it doesn't just start in grade 7, as you well know.
Absolutely, that's a great question. So although the ministry added in specific curriculum modules into grade 7, 8, and 10, mental health and well-being is embedded in all of every grade, every curriculum. So if I use kindergarten as an example, there are 4 domains to the kindergarten curriculum. One of them is self-regulation. So it's all about, emotional literacy, learning how to co-regulate with adults, and social skills with children. And we have a mental health lead, and we work alongside School Mental Health Ontario at programming related to mental health in all grades. This just was specific additions to curriculum, but the strategies are being taught from kindergarten all the way to grade 12 through our mental health team. So we have close to 30 school support counselors in our school board. So it's around 28, in addition to 4 social workers and the mental health lead. So a team of well over 30 that support that program from K to 12. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. My colleague stole both of my items.
Oh.
So I own a garage, and I couldn't agree with Ann more. Seeing that you're ramping up the co-op program is incredible. We are in desperate need of mechanics. I'm not sure how much more work we can put on your co-op people in each of the schools, but if they reach out, I know that there are several businesses that we know of that like to build our own bears. So definitely something that I'm thrilled to see. As far as mental health goes, one of the conversations we've been having at the Board of Health for our CDHU is the resurgence of eating disorders. And is that something that you've got staff in place for, and definitely earlier than grade 7? Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you for the feedback about the skilled trades and co-op. We will take that back to our team. We have central staff that work with all of our co-op teachers in our schools, and we will give that feedback, and also our tech teachers. In terms of mental health and eating disorders in particular, so we have the 4 social workers who work very closely with the students of greatest needs. Our school support counselors sort of provide what I would call that tier 1 support, sort of strategies for all, and kind of dip into tier 2. Our social workers, who are the registered mental health workers in our schools, they kind of work in that tier 3 zone. And so for sure, the students who are experiencing eating disorders, they would be supported by a social worker. Our social workers also refer out, so they do lots of referrals to a variety of agencies, and we have partnerships with different agencies that support. So there's that part, which is the intervention, but there's also the prevention, and that's where the education piece is really important. And so the two go hand in hand. I would also highlight a small project, but very powerful, that happened last summer. One of our student trustees, Grace Ding from Mackenzie Community School in Deep River, she actually developed student-friendly resources in student-friendly language related to mental health, and then shared them with we have a student senate made up of about 15 students who are student leaders across our schools. They come together about every second month. We were just with them this week. And one of their primary focus areas is mental health as well. So our student leaders are also focused on mental health and finding ways to share resources with students so that they can access the supports. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Greater Madawaska, Amherst Bromley, North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. There's definitely a focus on mental health and special ed, and I'd like to tie that into individual education plans. I didn't see anything in this presentation on individual education plans, and if they're followed, that also helps with the mental health and special ed, and I don't see any focus on it in this presentation. And I see in your mission statement it says, working together to foster outstanding educational experiences, and that it's measured. So my question to you is, how are individual education plans measured that the staff are following them, and that the students are getting the correct computers or any other items they need, whether that be a reading wand for somebody who's dyslexic? That all ties back into the mental health big time, because when a student is frustrated at school because they can't learn because they don't have the tools, that creates many other problems.
Completely agree. Thank you so much for that question. I realized that it wasn't one of the good news stories in the annual report. However, special education is a huge priority in Renfrew County District School Board. Just under 20% of our students receive special education services through an IEP, through an individual education plan, so about 19.5%. And many school boards, including our CDSB, are going through a period right now where we are really auditing. Again, it came out of that OHRC Right to Read. It's sort of a lot of different aspects of education are being influenced by that report. And one of them is, one of the recommendations that came out of that was to reduce the number of students on what's called modifications. In other words, lowering the grade level of the curriculum that the student's working on, because that actually doesn't help close gaps. So we could get into a lot of detail about that. But what I will say is that we have a whole team, central and school-based staff, that focus on special education. And currently we're going through what's called an IEP audit. So we have a team going into schools, select schools, and reviewing the content of the IEPs and what's in there, accommodations versus modifications. You know, is what's in there actually being implemented? So we have a central team that they're engaging in that IEP audit right now.
Supplementary?
Thank you. And may I suggest something that you might want to add to that audit too is ensuring that the teachers, especially at the high school level, they have various students in various classes, is having some sort of mechanism to make sure that those teachers have reviewed those IEPs. Thank you.
So although I've only been here for 1 year, I was a high school teacher and also a high school principal. In the schools that I did work in as school staff, we had to sign off. So like I had to, as a high school teacher, I would have to read the IEP and then sign a sheet saying I've read for every single student. And so I don't know, because I'm not at that, you know, haven't gone to that level around special education here yet. But typically that's what school boards have in place. But something I can look into for sure. I appreciate that feedback.
Thank you. Mr. Bromley, and then North Oglala Wilberforce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward, and thank you through you both to Chair Boland and Ms. Niemi. A comment first and then a question. The comment is, and mental health seems to be a recurring theme, but I just wanted to commend the board for having a delegate that is participating in the substantial Renfrew County and District Drug Strategy mission. And it is making great strides moving forward. Certainly everybody in this room, and I'm sure board and parents as well, are quite aware of the scourge that we have been confronted with over the last several years, but it is making a difference. Things are changing, so I commend you for participating in that. My question is with respect to funding. And of course, Mr. Boland said there's never unlimited resources. But I'm curious what the board faces, and I'll frame this from the perspective of the seat that I occupy, or the seat that I'm representing. So each of the lower tiers in this room receives more or less two main funding streams from provincial grants. They are the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which has this year is being increased for the first time since 2018. The other is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund that has been frozen for 4 years. So serendipitously, the Municipal Finance Officers Association just yesterday or the day before made available a chart, a graph where you can see not the inflationary pressures, but in fact the devaluation that has happened. So just as an example, the Municipal Partnership Fund at 100% in 2018, or $500 million, it's now worth 83% of that. So it has shrunk by 17%. So the very fact that they increased it for 2025 by 10% means in just a couple more years of 10% increases, they'll catch up to what inflation has actually done. So I frame it that way because I'm curious if the pressures that are being felt in education are from costs outpacing or eclipsing revenues, or in fact, if it is a function of frozen grants or unchanging grants.
Thank you for that question. And I'm looking over at Superintendent Barnes. However, what I would say is the Ministry of Education would say that the funding is increasing, but I think, you know, the Ontario Public School Boards Association, OPSPA, which is the Trustees Association, have done an analysis and would say that the funding is, although it might be increasing, it's not increasing at the rate of inflation. So that's what we're experiencing. But historically, our expenses, say for example in special education, have exceeded our funding. So there are some areas, and then recently transportation has become a challenge. So there are some areas that not only is the funding not keeping up to inflation, but just the actual expenses now are just way higher.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward. And while it is not precisely the same, in a 4% inflationary world, 2% is not keeping pace. So it is clearly that, but it is not frozen. So you are somewhat indemnified from the freezing. The other question that I have, and it is somewhat more arcane, I don't know precisely where funds are raised for education in the province. What I do know precisely is that the education tax rate that we collect, the lower tiers collect on behalf of all of the school boards, and in fact for the county of Renfrew, while it has provided us or mitigated against the enormity of the fiscal challenge that confronts the municipal sector, the education tax rate has been frozen. That the rate was frozen did not necessarily mean revenues declined as annual reassessment was in place. But as we all know in this room, MPAC and the reassessment of property values right across the province have been unchanged. They were supposed to change in 2020, they have not changed. So in fact, with a frozen tax rate, the revenues are static. They have not kept up at all. Could you just give me some sense of, is the levy that we, the lower tiers, collect on behalf of education, is that the largest source, or what sort of grants are in excess of what the tax levy is raising?
So my understanding of the way that it works is, yes, there's the tax levy that happens locally. That is simply offset by the Ministry of Education. So in other words, it wouldn't matter what you collect, we would get the same amount in the end, because essentially a province is simply just topping up to a grant amount per student. And so if you could change your tax rate, we probably would not be impacted in any way. It would just mean fewer dollars are coming from the province, I think. That's my interpretation of it.
Okay, thank you. And North Agona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Nemi and Mr. Boland, for an excellent presentation. My question is, I did read the full report, and I was surprised to see, first I want to say I'm glad to hear that phonics is making a return back into the literacy curriculum, but I was surprised to see the math scores over the last 3 years are also declining. Are there any strategies in place, or is the curriculum being adjusted to address some of those areas?
That's an excellent question. So I'm not sure if you saw in if it was communicated in the report, but math is a struggle across the whole province. And so the curriculum has been adjusted, and it's been reviewed and revised and released. So we have a new math curriculum from grade 1 to 8, and then they recently released the grade 9 curriculum. But what I would say is we still have a lot of work to do. Now, there are many factors that go into achievement. And so I'm going to speak to one of them, but there are many. Like we've already talked about mental health. Another huge factor is attendance. So if we were to pull up our student achievement plan that's on the board website as well, you're welcome to go and look at that. Again, this is a provincial issue. Our students' attendance is, it needs to be improved. And again, we're sort of at average. We're average across the eastern region, and we're sort of at the same level as the whole province, but it's not great. And in particular, in our board, it's our secondary students. So I would say, having been a high school teacher, there are some subjects where you might be able to miss and you could get caught up and then do the work and hand it in and get the mark, right? Math builds on itself every single day. And if you miss the learning in the classroom in math, it's really hard to learn math. And I'm using that as one factor impacting math achievement. There are multiple. And so we are working, we have a dedicated team who've identified schools that need extra support, and they are working very closely with our staff. It's learning about individual students, what can they do in math, and what's their next step. That's all about, children's development, and they're working very closely to try to close those gaps. I would also say, and we don't want to blame the pandemic too much for things too much longer, but it did cause some significant challenges for our students. For example, if they were 2 during the pandemic, 2 or 3 years old, that lack of socialization, that impacted learning in kindergarten, which then snowballs. So we're still feeling those impacts, although I don't like using it as an excuse, because we need to continue to do better for our students and our families. And math is certainly a priority.
Thank you. And member from Whitewater, Petawawa, and then Kilheggy Richards.
Thank you, Warden. And you know you're popular when there's a lineup. So thank you both for coming here today. It's been great to have this presentation, and I would encourage that, you know, to the Warden, maybe we have an opportunity to hear from the other boards as well in the same way, because a presentation like today reminds us how important the schools in our communities and in our greater county are to our residents, right, and our children. So I'm just going to offer just a little bit of feedback for you coming from a rural perspective, Whitewater region. Yeah. First off, and I just wanted to confirm that your co-op list, I know you didn't have long-term care listed as a co-op location. Mm-hmm. I would encourage that if that's possible, only because I know we have such a significant need now and in the future, i.e. in Deep River very soon, and we want to encourage our students to consider that as a career. So if that could be something that could be considered. The second piece of feedback has to do with rural schools and the importance and the linkage to childcare. And my fellow counselors know I preach on this all the time, but it's important. Where kids get put in childcare is typically where they're going to go to school. And if you're moving to a community and you can't find childcare in a rural area, you're going to move to a city center. So we need to make sure that that's an opportunity to encourage growth in our and support for the residents that live in our rural settings. And I know it's not necessarily your pure responsibility. We have that as a county, but it is a clear partnership role where we both have to work together. The second thing is access to the community, to the facilities for community use. In a lot of our rural settings, we don't have a gymnasium, and these are important resources for a lot of our community organizations. And I know the partnership is there already. Your community use program is excellent. I would just encourage that to remain so and focused for our rural communities. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for that great feedback. We'll take it back to our staff. Thanks.
And next would be Petawawa KHR, and I hate to be the dragon in the room, but if we could just tighten up our commentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden, through you. Thanks for bringing us this update, and I'll try and be quick as per the Warden's instructions. Thanks for all your initiatives and innovations in education to help prepare our students for today's society, especially in the trades areas and the co-op. I think it's important we prepare our students for the ever-changing workforce. And as we know, the co-op teacher is the hardest working teacher in the building by far. And I just want everybody to know that I have a great deal of comfort and hope for the future, having been to these entrepreneurship sessions at Valor. Seeing the kids so enthusiastic and engaged, we should feel confident that the youth of today are going to take care of us well in the future. My question is, I know the ministry has tweaked the policies in terms of adding to and building new schools, making it somewhat easier, whereas in the old days you had to build portables, fill those, and have schools filled to a certain percentage. But now I know they made a little tweak that said you can add or build based on future projections of population in your school area. How do you see that impacting growing communities here in Renfrew County?
That's a great question. So we do have an opportunity, it's about once a year, once every 2 years, to submit capital priorities applications to the ministry where we can submit proposals. And what we do is we look at our long-term enrollment report and look at our forecasting to see where we might have pressures. We still do have to build a very, very strong case. And that's because the Ministry of Education is receiving applications alongside ours for areas that are busting at the seams, right? Like there's no room for students. They're actually busing them away from their neighborhood school to get to a school that has space. And so we're in competition against that. So there's still this need to really make a case for investment of dollars into either additions or new builds. But we do look at our long-term enrollment report and then try to be strategic about the types of applications that we submit to the ministry. And certainly we would want to, sort of coupling now a couple of comments, but wanting to build partnerships, because it does strengthen our application when we are in partnership with another organization to use the space. So for example, when we built the addition onto Herman Street Public School in Petawawa, it was for the purpose of a daycare. That goes a long way with the ministry when they see that we are partnering together to effectively use space. And so we're open for business in the sense that we want to look at partnerships, because if it can strengthen our case for these applications to the ministry, then we're certainly interested in working towards that with you.
Thank you. And Kilu Hagdy-Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. It was very enlightening. Just the points that you made, but also the discussion that's taken place too, which is wow. My question is, what is your recipe in regards to employment? You have not listed this as a pressure or a challenge. And whatever your recipe is, could you share that with the entire room? Because you don't even bring it up.
Well, thank you for the reminder that I should have, because we certainly are struggling like many other organizations, and the education sector across the province and probably North America is under pressure right now in terms of staffing. So it just wasn't, and I probably should have put it under advocacy, because it's needs, right, that our communities are experiencing. So, you know, we do have some pressures, especially in the area of French as a second language, because we're expanding in that area, so we need to attract more FSL teachers to Renfrew County. Tech teachers. There are some innovative programs, though, happening in some of the universities. So, for example, we've partnered with Queen's University to do a fair to attract journey people to come and find out about what it would take to become a teacher, because Queen's University has a program where you can work as an unqualified teacher and get qualified on weekends and in the summer. And so there are different types of programs where we can keep people working and help them transition into the education sector. So it is certainly a pressure. And what I would say is the greatest pressure is supply staff, because we've used up all of our qualified people. Like, we've hired almost all of the qualified teachers, qualified EAs, qualified ECEs that are living and working in Renfrew County. So then when we have staff absent, it's quite the challenge right now to staff our schools. So we're in constant recruitment mode, constantly hiring. So I'm glad you asked that question, because it's definitely a big priority for us and a huge need.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this today. And I just have one quick question. You mentioned 9,141 students enrolled as of October. Is that up or down? Do you have a 2% per year trend going up, or could you give us a little bit of information?
Yes, and that number is our full-time equivalent number. So we probably have close to 9,500 students in total. The numbers have been going up a little bit. So our enrollment numbers have been going up over the last few years. We just reviewed that with principals and vice principals at our last meeting, which is great news for us. Also, our enrollment proportion data is up as well. So Chair Boland shared 61%, that we have we serve 61% of all the students living in Renfrew County. That's we were sort of coming down and then plateaued, and now we're kind of on a little upswing, which is nice to see. Probably one of the factors there would be the expansion of French immersion across our schools. It certainly is something that families really, really want, living so close to Quebec and Ottawa. So our enrollment has been going up, and we want to continue to see that increase, because if the more students we have, the more funding we have, which means we can do more for the students that we have, and that's what it's all about.
Great, thank you. And the last comment is we've been more involved with our community partners in terms of advocacy, and so consider us a partner when you're moving forward on things. Like you, we operate on a numbers-based presentation, feeling that that's a strength. So yes, we'd be willing to spend time with you in advocacy. And to my friend from Whitewater, we have reached out. This was a soft approach last year when Kristen was appointed as director, to start talking about getting to know each other better and doing things together. So this is our first step, but we do intend to reach out to the other boards and have them come forward. We may consider we may have to consider a day, and almost like a speed dating, where each one of them is in a room doing concurrent sessions, and we all sort of wander in for 40 minutes and listen to a presentation, ask questions, and then move along, and they do the same one over and over again. So anyway, just because it could be a good solid couple of hours in conversation and questions. But anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. As always, very informative, and we learned a lot. And Mr. Boland, welcome back.
Thank you very much for your time this morning.
And we'll move to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, everyone. So I'm pleased to introduce Melissa Marquardt, our Manager of Economic Development. She's here today to talk about our Think Local campaign, and more importantly, to talk about the communication, the information sharing, dealing with the uncertainty we're facing due to the tariffs. We're all under pressure in the sense of what's going on out there, what is the availability for buy local Canadian goods. So it's a great opportunity for Melissa to highlight the activities we are doing today. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So we're going to talk about our Think Local, Think Renfrew County, Think Canadian campaign. Before I get into the details, I just want to share some insights and information about what we've been hearing from the business community. I almost said next slide, but I'm in charge. So just in terms of where we're at on the current threats, and current threats being, I haven't received any other emails of changes for today, so this is where we're at. In terms of 10% tariff on energies, that is slated to go into effect next Tuesday, March 4th. On all other goods, it'll be a 25% tariff going into effect also next Tuesday, March 4th. And then aluminum and steel, that could be facing up to a 50% tariff charge. So they'll be applied with 25% effective March 12th, but they were also going to be applied at the 25% because they fall under all other goods. And you'll see the breakdown underneath there about what the definition of energy and critical minerals. What we don't know is if there will be some last-minute efforts. We know that the province and the federal governments are campaigning to help mitigate these, and so there could be some last-minute notifications like we received the last time on February 12th. In terms of what we're hearing, all sectors across Renfrew County, businesses are expressing deep concerns about the potential tariff threats, with those key concerns being job losses, supply chain disruptions, increased costs, and weakened competitiveness. And while many companies are mitigating their risk by diversifying markets, many remain vulnerable to those indirect effects. So businesses are bracing for economic uncertainty and evaluating strategies to navigate some of those potential challenges. The Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce recently distributed a survey to the business community that we helped distribute also. And while there was only 42 businesses who responded to the survey, so it was a rather small capture size, it is reflective of what we've also been hearing in our conversations with the business community. So just to highlight, 54% of businesses participate in cross-border trade or supply chain efforts, and 64% of those import goods and services from the U.S. 60% indicate that less than 10% of total revenues is generated from businesses within the U.S., so that's a good thing. However, 4% of those do indicate that more than 50% of their total revenues is derived from the U.S., so there still will be some impacts to some of those businesses. 64% expect to experience challenges if tariffs are implemented, and this is coming down to some of those indirect impacts. Pricing increases, increased operational costs, declining sales, and again, the supply chain disruptions. So the good thing is that 57% are taking precautions to mitigate impacts, and that includes expediting orders to be delivered prior to tariff implementation, sourcing Canadian suppliers and instilling buy Canadian policies and procurement policies, cutting spending, carrying less inventory, and then postponing investments. Also, what we've been hearing, and I'm going to break it down a bit by our sectors, our key sectors here in Renfrew County. So in terms of the advanced manufacturing sector, some of the mitigation efforts that we're seeing put into place are, again, accelerating shipments ahead of tariff implementation. And some are expecting some potential exemptions for some industries like defense and security. Concerns, again, fall under reduced revenue, impacting competitiveness, and job losses. And you will see some common threads here. So as we move to agriculture, again, mitigation efforts are expediting sales in advance of tariff implementation, increasing domestic customer base, and shifting to other opportunities, which were not identified. The concerns, again, are impacts to domestic prices due to global market influences, increase in grocery prices, which we all know groceries are already expensive, so nobody wants to see the grocery prices continue to go up. And also a bit of concern about U.S. farms shifting production domestically, which would impact Canadian suppliers. On the forestry and wood products side, the good thing with most of our larger sawmills over the years, and this started back in 2008 with the last tariff, is most of those large sawmills have shifted away from the U.S. market, so that's a good thing, but there are still some that are supplying and delivering to the U.S. market. So concerns on that are drop in demand, oversupply across Canada, reduced prices and production, and job losses. And important to note that the forestry sector at large across Ontario will see bigger impacts due to having higher exports, and that will have cascading effects for our pulp mills and service providers that our mills depend on here. On the tourism side, this one is a little bit more positive. So I just want to start by saying that 95% of the Ottawa Valley's annual visitation is domestic. We only receive about 2 to 4% of U.S. visitation to the Ottawa Valley annually. So we won't see a huge drop. There will be some businesses that will see a drop in their American visitors. However, with the weakened dollar, we could see more and more influx of American visitors coming to Canada and choosing to come to Canada. Where we're not sure at the moment is where that American sentiment lies about coming to Canada. And so the majority of impacts for tourism and specifically the retail section, our retail sectors are sourcing Canadian suppliers and products. Some are looking at increasing marketing domestically as well as increasing marketing in the U.S. As I said, the weakened Canadian dollar makes it enticing for American visitors to come here. However, the cost of advertising in the U.S. is quite expensive. So there's few that can do that. And the OVTA, just to note, we do not have a presence in the U.S. market. Our budgets don't allow for that. And that's where we work with Destination Ontario and Destination Canada to do the marketing at the provincial and federal levels. So again, concerns for the tourism sector, supply chain disruptions, predominantly for the retail sector, increased costs, and as we know, when costs increase for Canadians and for people, we start looking at discretionary spending, and typically when we look at discretionary spending, travel is the first thing that is cut from budgets. So what we're doing. Our CAO created this amazing logo, the Think Renfrew County, Think Local, Think Renfrew County, Think Canadian. And so we've developed a campaign around that, supporting local and reinforcing that message of how important it is to support local here in Renfrew County. And I do want to start by saying that there's already a strong culture of supporting local here in Renfrew County. We know that we all support our businesses here, and this is just an opportunity to reinforce this message. So if I draw your attention to the monitor at the back, Tina does have our webpage pulled up there, and I'll just kind of talk about the breakdown. So when we look at thinking local, that's supporting businesses in your hometown and your municipality. So think about your farmers markets, your food and beverage producers, your artists and artisans, other goods and services. And we also look at this as an opportunity to promote our county assets and our guides. So Taste of the Valley, vendors and suppliers, as well as our Ottawa Valley Wood website, some of our other assets and things like that, our Renfrew County Food Guide. When we look at thinking Renfrew County, that's supporting businesses in your neighboring communities and municipalities. So for things that you can't find in your home community, think about spreading out to other municipalities across Renfrew County. And that's looking at, procuring home, office, and building supplies, apparel, sporting goods, giftware, all that kind of fun stuff. And again, we're using this as an opportunity to promote the municipal business directories that we have across the region, as well as including those staycation messages about reinforcing that message of choosing Canada and to travel domestically. And then when we look at Think Canadian, well, that's supporting Canadian business. And we know there's a lot of confusion around there about what that means between a product of Canada and made in Canada. And so we've included some information on the website that talks about that and the difference of that. Also, what we're seeing with a lot of retailers, if anybody's noticing, there's more signage that's going up saying this is a made in Canada product, this is a product of Canada, so it is helping consumers with being able to make those purchasing decisions. So the website is peppered with a lot of information about how residents and businesses can support local. We're in the middle of developing a resource section for businesses as more of those tools and resources are coming out from some of our partners. We've got graphics that are downloadable off the website, so we're encouraging people to share that on social channels. And then we're going to be highlighting local businesses throughout on social media, throughout some of our advertising campaigns, just to bring more awareness to those businesses and put them at the forefront for purchasing decisions. And this will be a print and digital advertising campaign that's running right now at least until the end of April, and then we'll be reassessing and reevaluating then depending on where things are at. And just lastly, what else we're doing? So we're keeping in regular communications with our Ottawa Valley Economic Development Partners. So that's our community and economic development officers from across Renfrew County. We just had a meeting with them last Thursday. And that's to keep them up to date on what we're doing to get a pulse of what they're hearing from their local communities. It's also an opportunity and encouraging if municipal business directories are out of date, this is a good time to maybe refresh and make sure they are up to date. We're working with our regional partners like the Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation, Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce, Business Development Bank of Canada, Export Development Canada on collecting data, sharing information and resources, and to support the business community. I can share that Community Futures Development Corporation in Renfrew County, they are currently looking at potential support measures, but they won't have any news to share on that for the next little bit, and they are here to advise businesses also on how to help navigate some of those potential impacts. The Business Development Bank is developing tools and resources. They just had a webinar yesterday, I believe, and they're coming out with more tools also that we're uploading on our website and we'll be sharing with our business community. And lastly, the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce is hosting an Ottawa Valley Business Summit on April 11th, just next door at the Best Western. So we'll be working with them also on that, which will have a focus on current economic challenges. And that's all I've got for now.
Great, thank you. Questions? Kiluhagi Richards, in Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I certainly don't want to pump up C.L. Kelly's artistic, whatever that's called, his design, but just an opinion, I think we should really take the lead on that logo and flash that through everything we possibly have that we distribute throughout on all our magazines and everything. And just another suggestion would be to print either a sticky label of that design and send it to our community development officers and have them distribute it throughout the community. Just a suggestion.
Great idea, thank you.
Thank you. Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Melissa, for this and all the work that's being done, not just to deal with the tariff threat, but to bring the community together to share that information. And I agree, the logo is very nice. I'm not even getting a smile from this. Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah, there
It's being noted.
He smiles. Okay, good.
2 checks for Craig. 2 checks, Craig.
2 out of 17. Sorry, I digress. A question, a serious one, is that you hear a lot of when I'm listening to podcasts or on the radio or the news, or talking about how do we change or how do we increase manufacturing in Canada that right now is being done in the States. How do we add value to our products here in Canada before shipping them out as raw? And in light of those discussions that are happening, and I expect they're happening at a national level with a lot of the different associations, how does Renfrew County, how can we be prepared if someone comes to the door and says, we're looking for this manufacturing, we want to manufacture this, could this be done in Renfrew County? Are we prepared for that? Could we be prepared for that? What are the steps you might need from us in order to put those dominoes in place?
Great question. And I should have mentioned that actually as part of the website. And the resources that we're actually collecting and compiling a whole database of made in Renfrew County products and goods and services. So that will be part of our advertising campaign, but that's also an opportunity to kind of develop a bit of an inventory to what we've got so that we can meet those demands when they do come out. So that's what we're working on right now.
Thank you. And I think that's a great point for us to stress when the provincial governments are talking about knocking down the interprovincial barriers, because I think there could be the possibility of increased investment if someone in BC is willing to sign a 10-year contract to take goods from here or one of our companies are, because that allows a company to place here and then be the central pod as some other things build around it. So I think that's a great question, and I think we could link it quite easily to the interprovincial trade barriers. and I see Boncher Alley.
Thank you, Warden. And just to follow up on my colleague's comments, I know that Ontario Open for Business has already been taken, but could we get our CAO to come up with a tagline that says that Renfrew County is open for business, especially in the manufacturing sector? I know in my own business, I mean, we talk about how much steel we have here in Canada, but in order to make a brake rotor for you, the steel goes to the States, then it goes to a producer, then it comes back. So whether it goes to Bosch in Germany or it goes to Mexico or wherever, then it comes back to the States, and then it comes back to Canada. So not only do we need a solution for, and that's just a simple example, a solution for something like that, I think that there's a real opportunity, knowing of the decline of manufacturing that we've had in the last couple of decades in Renfrew County. How do we get some of those businesses back? But I'll leave that up to Melissa to bug Craig for a new slogan. Get on it, Craig.
If I may, through you, Warden, that is the benefit of having a CAO who's a former economic development officer.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Thank you, through you, to Ms. Marquardt for the presentation. There was a slide that certainly jumped out at me. Yeah, this is, I think, the third slide of the key concerns. And I think that perhaps it is safe to say that identifying those key concerns is probably understating the anxiety that is prevalent. And I dare say that it is certainly what we are confronted with immediately is our trading partner, which there is a natural affinity. There is so much we share in common with the Americans. It was celebrated just while this presentation was happening. I just Googled what year was the initial free trade agreement. And the thing that pops up here is on January 2nd, 1988, U.S. President Ronald Reagan and Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney signed a revolutionary free trade deal that removed tariffs on goods and services across the world's longest border. I dare say there's probably quite a number of people, though not everyone in the room will recall, that was a wrenching debate. That was a singular election, federal election, in my estimation, of that period. And it was bruising, and ultimately the Conservatives, the Brian Mulroney Conservatives, prevailed. I think that by and large we had gotten, if I can turn the clock back a year, I think that most of the country had now embraced trade. Trade is the way, trade is that which is going to bring prosperity not just to us, but all of those nations that are engaged in trade. So my concern now, and I think it is the concern shared by whether they are in business or whether just living in Canada right now, it is the fundamental shift on the ground beneath our feet, not just as to our relationship with the United States, but the United States' relationship with the world. The United States was the projector of democracy and the rule of law. We've had 80 years of unprecedented peace with primarily regional conflict for 80 years. That is now in jeopardy once again. We now have a resolution that was passed at the United Nations where the United States, probably for the first time in its history, voted with North Korea, Russia, the totalitarian authoritarian states across the globe. This, I think, is a large driver of the concern that it is not restricted only to commerce, but that is the stability that we have been so fortunate to have lived through for 80 years, over 80 years now. Is that diminishing? Is that changing? Are we truly at inflection point? I raise this because I know that our community wants to do something. I have experienced this. In 2003, May 20th, 2003, as a cattle rancher, cattle farmer in Canada, that day will live in infamy. That was the day of the mad cow being found in Alberta, and my world changed. It changed over the course of 10 years. It was most acute over the course of about 3. And initially, when the border came down, it was rock solid. And even amongst my industry, it was, this will be a couple of months. Well, it was probably 10 years before we returned to normalcy. The only thing that saved us was Buy Canadian. And consumers right across this country stood up and did so. The distinction that I draw between that issue and this one is we were fenced in, not only by the United States, but by the world. Because we were now mad cow or BSE positive, we were persona non grata. Our beef exports were not permitted anywhere in the world, and we had no choice but to engage locally and support locally. And I recall the person, my predecessor, Rayanne Briscoe, Bob Sweet, were instrumental in standing up the Save Our Beef Committee. They did outstanding work. The challenge that is confronting us now is we are committed to free trade. Free trade has allowed for dramatic increase of prosperity domestically and internationally. And it has brought so many of the world's population out of poverty. So my concern is, in thinking small and locally, it's sending the wrong signal. It seems to me to be striking the messaging that was assumed after the stock market crash of '29, that we must think all locally. And if you think small, your world will become small. In fact, what I am saying is we recognize the capricious partner that has been such a stalwart ally for so many years is now blowing up our system. That if we are looking, our concern is not with French wine, it's with Californian wine. And it's not with Californian wine producers, it is with the administration of the United States that has taken a capricious and unlawful and arbitrary assault, and that's what it is.
Okay, thank you. I was just worried to jump on you. Thank you. And Ms. Marquardt?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a question there, but I will provide a comment. Just saying that, yeah, and this is, you know, the Think Local and thinking Renfrew County is definitely an important aspect of this, but we are seeing out of this, all of these horrible things that are coming out and challenging us, is that there is a strong support for a Canada First approach right now. We're seeing that across the country. You know, we see that with an increase of purchasing of Canadian products, with businesses looking to shift their markets to supporting and sourcing Canadian business and suppliers. And yeah, so I think that as we move on and reinforce that message, that will become stronger and stronger. We're seeing it out here already, and I think that will just continue to build momentum on that.
Thank you. Very quickly to Mr. Mr. Burke's not here, but can we have a conversation with Canoe to the purchasing group to see if we can drive them towards purchasing more Canadian? And most of theirs are? Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll move to correspondence. And the first one is the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 2025 Ontario Election Priorities, Ready to Work, Ready to Grow. And the next one is the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus concerns regarding Alto high-speed rail cutting through Eastern Ontario. So if there are no questions on the attached correspondence, could I get a mover and seconder to accept the correspondence as information? A mover, Laurentian Hills, second by Head Clara Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried, thank you. And could I suggest, and I will ask, that we take a 5-minute break, so if we can be back here at 11, and we'll start off with the reports. Thank you. With council's indulgence, I'd like to move to the closed session, if you don't mind. So be it resolved that council move into a closed session pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of 2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, paramedic base update. And the time is 11:01. Can I have a mover, please? Mover is Killu Haggy Richards, seconded by Towner Farm Prior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And I'll ask Thank you. And to our viewers and our public, Council received an update on the proposed Pembroke paramedic base. And we'll move to the committee report from the Health Committee Chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows. There's a single item, resolution. Item 1, Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement, Schedule E, Form of Compliance Declaration. Resolution number H-CC-25-02-24. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer to sign the annual Schedule E Form of Compliance Declarations issued pursuant to the Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement for each of Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. And Mr. Warden, the background is attached. This item is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members.
Thank you. Members of Council, comments, questions, concerns on item number 1? On the report as a whole? Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
You've heard the report. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move to Community Services, please. Chair.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. There is one bylaw, the Encampment Response Initiative Funding, Resolution number CSCC-25-02-11, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a transfer payment agreement with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the Encampment Response Initiative. And the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments from members of council? Seeing none, can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Just a very quick note, we are in paused conversations with the ministry because the funding, we think, is limited to January 3rd, and we were ahead of the we think we're ahead of the wheel because we did some work in November and December, so we're looking to see if it can be applied retroactively. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Any consent items? Oh, I'm sorry, Corporate Services Chair. Sorry.
I know I was being really quiet back here, but come on. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under resolutions, I have resolution number FACC 25-02-16, moved by myself as chair, second by committee, that County Council direct staff to review the council remuneration bylaw as it pertains to expenses and per diems and provide a detailed report with options for council consideration. Under bylaws, I have a resolution number FACC-25-02-15, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt the revised bylaw for the remuneration of members of the Council of the County of Renfrew, effective January 1st, 2025, and that bylaw 25-24 be repealed. And finally, I have a resolution FACC 25-02-17 that County Council approve the following changes to the non-union staff salary grid within employment bylaw number 1, reclassification and renaming of the following position, program officer to program coordinator from group 3 to group 4, creation of the following positions: outreach worker in Group 6, health and safety and wellness coordinator in Group 7, scheduling coordinator in Group 7, data scientist in Group 8, project manager in Group 8, employee labor relations specialist in Group 9, Renfrew County Mesa Heart Hub lead in Group 10, housekeeping in the following position, strategic implementation lead in Group 12, and that the revised employment bylaw number 1 be adopted. all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Members of council, questions, concerns on item number 1, item number 2, sub 1, sub 2, sub 3, item number 3, the report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
You've heard the report. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, council. Now we'll move to consent items. Staff reports requiring direction. And we'll move to item number 17, reports from representatives of appointed boards. None at this time. Notice of motions, seeing none. And members' written motions. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden. So let me just take a moment to talk to this item. So this item was deferred from the last meeting of County Council to this meeting. Item A, 19A, lists the motion that was read and put on the floor from Councillor Murphy in its entirety. That was the motion that was deferred. What you see in your packages in front of you over the last few days was a recommendation based on the conversations that were had that day and new information that was presented since that time, and even from Ms. Marquardt's presentation today. So the clerk and I took a look at the resolution, and again with the comments received, and are suggesting to you, Warden and Council, that the entire motion be substituted for a new motion that that could be discussed. That brings in pieces of the Peterborough motion that we have seen already, the Warden's Caucus motion that we have addressed, and other pertinent information. So in terms of the process moving forward, in order for you, if the consensus or if the desire is to substitute a motion, we would need a motion or to substitute the deferred motion, and that gets debated, and then we actually debate the deferred motion or the substituted motion, and go from there. So that's where we're at, Warden.
Okay, thank you. You've heard the explanation. Is there a motion coming to substitute the deferred motion? Member from Boncher Valley, and seconded by member from Keilor Hegde Richards. Discussion. Member from Hamilton Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Enormously pleased at the substantive changes that were made here. Consistent with my comments on the Think presentation, I am going to make a motion for an amendment, primarily.
Sorry, we're just talking about the substitution, and then we'll debate the motion
we're
itself.
just if in fact we're going to set aside the original one. Okay, my apologies.
Okay, my apologies. I should have been quicker. I was busy reading. Any comments, questions on deferring it or substituting? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Thank you. I have a tough time with language today. So now we have the motion. Now we need a motion to adopt the new motion. Member from Boncher Valley, seconded by member from Brudenell, Lundock, Raglan. And so discussion.
Mr. Warden, should it be read into record?
It could be. Sure, yep, okay.
Whatever you...
Sure, you go right ahead. You're making it.
Now I have to find it in my diligent. Gwen, do you have a copy of it? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden. The recommendation is that County Council adopt the following motion. Whereas trade between Ontario and the United States is vital to the economic prosperity of Renfrew County and its businesses, industries, and workforce, and whereas the proposed tariffs on Canadian goods exported to the U.S. could negatively impact local businesses, industries, and municipalities, increasing costs and reducing economic opportunities. And whereas, according to data from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, across Ontario, municipalities are expected to spend between $250 and $290 billion on infrastructure in the next 10 years. And whereas municipalities spend over $22 billion annually procuring goods and services and are willing and eager to use the significant buying power to support the federal and provincial governments in protecting Ontario and Canada's economic well-being. And whereas municipalities play a key role in local economic development and procurement and should have the ability to support local businesses while ensuring value for taxpayers, and whereas Ontario municipalities have traditionally treated trade partners equally and fairly in all procurements in accordance with our established international trade treaties. And whereas Canada's Prime Minister and Ontario's Premier have outlined several plans to combat the impact that the proposed tariffs would have on Ontario, which focus on strengthening trade between Ontario and the U.S., while bringing jobs back home for workers on both sides of the border. And whereas the Canadian government has also outlined several ways to address the current relationship with the U.S., including establishing the Council on Canada-U.S. Relations to support the federal government as it negotiates with the U.S. on tariffs. And whereas trade between Ontario and the U.S. is very important to our residents and local economies and requires all levels of government to work together in the best interest of those residents, and whereas many Ontario municipalities are passing resolutions calling for a united cross-Canada approach to supporting Buy Canada initiatives and collaboration to remove barriers that prevent municipalities from giving preference to Canadian suppliers during procurement. And whereas the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus has passed resolutions supporting the efforts of the Canadian Ontario governments in their negotiations with the U.S. to address these trade barriers. Therefore, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew supports other Ontario municipalities that have passed resolutions urging the Canadian and Ontario governments to take all necessary measures to protect Ontario's interests in trade negotiations and to ensure municipalities are included in a coordinated response. And further, that the County of Renfrew supports efforts to remove barriers that limit municipalities' ability to prioritize Canadian suppliers in procurement while ensuring fair and transparent trade practices. And further, that the County of Renfrew continues to support local businesses, industries, and workforce through the efforts of the Economic Development Department, including Buy Local, Buy Canada campaign, and a review of the County of Renfrew procurement options that support the Canadian economy. And further, that this resolution be forwarded to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the County of Peterborough, the Federation of the Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, local municipalities of Renfrew County, and relevant federal and provincial representatives. Thank you, Warden. I will stand to still move that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we had a seconder for the deferred motion. It was, yes, Brudenell, Lindock, Ragland, and you're still okay with that. Thank you. All right, discussion. Members from Amsden Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. First, a question. This is the last preamble clause before the resolving clauses commence, and so that Council can follow where I am. I'll read it. Whereas the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus has passed resolutions supporting the efforts of the Canadian and Ontario governments in their negotiations with the U.S. to address the trade barriers. Are the trade barriers the tariffs? Is that what's being, is that what the intent of the wording is?
Yes, I believe so. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Warden, and through you to the councillor. The tariffs are one question. I think there are other trade barriers between provinces that are more than just tariffs. They're about regulations and procedures. Take wine from the Fraser Valley in Ontario is you can't cross boundaries. There's a host of different items that are not allowed to go between provinces. But it's more about tariffs. It's about regulations and procedures and policies.
In that instance, I wonder if it might be considered a friendly amendment just to include the word interprovincial trade barriers. And I know that has been a very high-level conversation that has permeated the country in response to the announcement from the U.S.
Sure, I think it's in keeping with the one above it, which talks about remove barriers that prevent municipalities from giving preference to Canadian suppliers during procurement. So I think it's in keeping with that one. So I could be comfortable with it if there's no strong objection.
I'm fine, Mr. Warden.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary?
Supplementary, yeah. And I'm wondering perhaps, Mr. Chair, I did provide, it has been put up on the screen, and I'm not that much engaged, Mr. Chair. There are, I think, five preamble clauses that I would like to move be inserted just ahead of, not to be changing any of the other preamble clauses, to be much more direct in the reason that we're actually engaged in this debate at all. And I believe it's pretty small. I did provide this to yourself and Ms. Dombrowski and Ms. Kelly, and I believe that's what's up on the screen. Is that correct? So on my sheet, they're actually colored, but I think, oh, there they are. Yeah. Would you care for me to read them?
Please.
Okay, thank you. And again, these would be preceding the beginning, the first preamble that is in the resolution as read.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, through you, Warden. I can't see that distance. Is there any chance that we can get a copy of them and be able to review them?
Okay, it was just emailed to you.
I ask and I shall receive.
But Mr. Warden, I'm sorry, in going back to our previous meeting where the member didn't have an opportunity to read the actual motion put on the floor until the day, I would contend that this also falls into that, where we have not had the opportunity to review these in any, not even over an evening. So I don't think I'm willing to change my moving of a resolution that we've been working on for better than 2 weeks.
Okay, so this, I believe, is a motion to amend. So, yeah, you'd have to make that motion that it be tabled with the amendments, I guess, for another 2 weeks or whatever. Is the quickest and most direct manner.
Yes, I'd be willing to make that motion.
Do you have a seconder? Member from Amherst and Bromley, you're seconding? Okay, and then discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Good, thank you very much. Thank you. And we'll move to item number 20, which is announcements. And we'll start with Amherst and Bromley, then we'll move to Arnprior.
So I am uncertain whether this is an announcement or a new business, Mr. Warden, but I will presume that it falls within item number 20, part of my routine each Wednesday as I am coming up to County Council. It is part of my daily routine to drop in at the Douglas General Store and pick up a copy of the Eganville Leader that's hot off the press. Douglas is one of the first retail outlets that actually receives the Eganville Leader, and we are certainly aware of the substantial trials and tribulations that its publisher, Mr. Tracy, has had over the last several years, with his paper supplier disappearing, with his print shop being challenged, that he has certainly been seeking a person that would purchase and continue the long tradition, the 124-year tradition of the Eganville Leader. We are certainly aware of the challenges in the print media industry. So it is with enormous sadness that I hold up the headline of today. If you have not seen it, you will all be seeing it. The Leader will cease publishing in 2026. And at this point, I will simply leave it that I am devastated that we are losing one more media outlet that provides the vital information on what each of us does here and in our local communities, what the school boards are doing, that is the means of informing our populace. And it is with an incredible amount of sadness to have to look at that headline, and I'm sure it was made by Mr. Tracy with a great deal of soul searching, but of course he must do what is in his best interest. But I certainly lament the death knell of yet another of the stalwart media organizations of the Ottawa Valley.
Thank you. And thank you very much for speaking for our community on that issue. Armpire, please.
Thank you, Warden. Today is Anti-Bullying Day, and we're wearing pink that I see the CEO is doing. So I heard that on the radio this morning. So when you get home, wear pink. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll move to new business. Okay, with that, just very quickly, Mayor McKenzie, we received your letter of resignation, and we'd like to thank you for your service. Always great contributions to the issues as we spoke to them, and you know, I was very impressed with your continued support of the decorum of all of our members here, and the changes that we've made, and your recognition of the of our staff and the hard work they do. So best of luck in the rest of your endeavors, sir, and we'll probably see you in the community. I can't imagine you'll retreat into a cave and not be involved. So thank you very much. You're on mute, sir. And you're gone. There, you're back. You're still muted, sir. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll see you. We'll see you when you're back.
Sorry, I think I don't know, hit some button here by mistake, but just want to thank you for your kind words. Thank you very much.
Take care. And I think that was everything under new business. And so we'll move to bylaws. The bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Laurentian Valley, seconded by Brudenell, Lindock, Raglan. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Confirmatory bylaw, resolution that bylaw 2825 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on February 26, 2025, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. A mover, please. Member from Headclear Mariah, seconded by member from Horton. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And adjournment, resolution that County Council adjourn at 11:37. The mover is the member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by Deep River. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. We're moving to the Committee of the Whole for Development and Property. Please don't wait for me. I have to change, so please just go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, and welcome everybody to our Committee of the Whole Development and Property on Wednesday, February 26, 2025. I'll call this meeting to order. Has roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, then we'll move to the adoption of the minutes of the development and property for January 29th, 2025. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Petawawa, seconded by Councillor from Arnprior. Any additions, corrections, or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. And that brings us to our delegation this morning, and we will be having a presentation by the Eastern Ontario Regional Network about municipal services corporations, and I'll turn it to Mr. Davis for an introduction, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and a good morning still. It's still 15 minutes away from good afternoon. Very pleased to have with us today the Eastern Ontario Regional Network to present to us the idea of a municipal services corporation for construction of housing, whether it's workforce housing or attainable, affordable housing. This was brought to your attention back, I think, in November, directed by you to get more information. What would this entail? And so we've been blessed with the support from the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. We have Jason St. Pierre at the back. We have Kristen Myers here to do the presentation, and also Zach Drinkwalter to do the presentation. They've done a lot of heavy lifting for this presentation to give us more information for us, you the elected, if there's a possibility of the county to move forward with a municipal services corporation for the construction of housing within our portfolio. So with that being said, Chair, please, you have the floor.
Wonderful, and thank you. I guess I need to skip introductions. I'm sorry ahead of time. I know you guys have already had a lot of information thrown at you this morning, but we're about to throw a whole lot more at you. So I will jump into it, trying to be conscious of our time limit here. If I can work this. Oh, there we go. So just in terms of our agenda, we're going to go over preliminary governance models. So we did look both at municipal services corporations, MSCs, as well as municipal services boards. And we'll do a comparative of that. We'll give you the benefits and challenges of each of those. We'll look at governance models and their autonomy, case studies, financial considerations, and models there, which Zach will speak to, funding opportunities, risk assessment, preliminary exclusions, and then recommendations and next steps. Okay, and just a caveat here that, of course, we were asked to explore both MSCs and MSBs, but this information is really presented to you to inform your decision making. We're not trying to steer you in any one direction, just to give you the information that you need to make a more informed and sound decision. Okay, so we're going to jump right into it. So MSCs. So MSCs can be established by a municipality or a set of municipalities or a public sector entity under Section 203 of the Municipal Act. So some of the, before I get ahead of myself, you'll see MSCs versus ECDEVs, so ECDEV being Economic Development Corporations. Both MSCs and ECDEVs are under the same legislation, under the Municipal Act. They're essentially one and the same. They have many of the same benefits and challenges. An ECDEV is just a specific or a special way to be able to categorize an MSC, so just so you know. Okay, so benefits. An MSC can be a separate entity all itself from the municipality depending on how it is designed. They are known for their skills-based expertise. They can engage with the private sector arguably maybe more effectively and can also have private sector membership. They can hold debt outside of the municipality. So an MSC and an ECDEV both are not subject to the municipality's annual debt repayment limit if they are fully autonomous from the municipality. And we'll get into that a little bit more. They have the ability to generate different types of revenue, and luckily, all risks, liabilities, and assets can be held completely outside of the municipality, even when it's fully municipally owned. Challenges, complexity, and governance, again, comes down to the design. Establishment can be time-consuming, and we will go down that pathway a little bit as well. They can be less responsive, but better in the longer term. And then an MSC may not be able to access debt on the same favorable terms as a municipality, but we can get into that as well. So an MSB, by contrast, is a local body that may be established by an individual municipality or set of municipalities, and like an MSC can manage and deliver basic services. You need to at least have 2 members, and they can be made up of council and community members. And examples of existing MSCs, former public utility commissions and parking authorities are examples there. So benefits of an MSB, they're relatively easy to establish. They mirror very much like a municipal council. They're relatively cheaper to establish than an MSC. Board members can be appointed. They're not elected like a council, however. It does hold a specific status like a municipality, which means it has its own rules, and it can be much more easily established than an MSC. By contrast, though, it is closer to the municipality, so all risks, liabilities, and assets will still be held within the municipality. All debt related to the Municipal Services Board is still on the municipality's books. It is not separate from the books. Decisions can be restricted by council, and they're not likely made up of subject matter expertise. You are restricted to in-house expertise. Okay, realizing that you cannot see the details behind this slide, and that's fine, this is contained within the business case. What I really want you to take away from here is that as you move from left to right, the autonomy of the model goes up. Okay, so if you see the gray columns there, you have on the left-hand side, you have the Municipal Services Board, and as you move to the right, you have both the MSC and the ECDEV models there. And this is the wider environment of different delivery service models when it comes to public services. So you have the municipality, but you also have the Municipal Housing Corporation, which is specific only to social housing, but all the way over to the right to the public utility and the private utility. So this is where this kind of both the MSB and the MSC fits into the wider ecosystem of different delivery service models, excuse me. That being said, the MSC and the MSB is probably your better delivery service models. I'm trying to be conscious here of time, but I did say I have a lot to cover. Case studies. So there are examples out there existing that with municipalities and cities that are using MSCs as a model to deliver housing. Some examples are here. I won't go into great depth of each. They are contained within the business case. So some examples are the Prince Edward County Housing Corporation, the City of Peterborough's Municipal Services Corporation, the Township of Hornpains Housing Corporation, as well as the St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation for Housing, which is a little bit more of an economic development, land development example. All of these are relatively new. All of them, as of right now, are not fully autonomous from the municipality and are still somewhat dependent on financial contributions by the municipality. That being said, that doesn't mean that they won't be able to become sustainable. It just means that they're very early on in their establishment. Okay, and over to Zach for financial considerations.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm just going to go over some of the financial considerations when setting up an MSB or an MSC. There's various revenue streams as listed here. Typically, we see a combination of the different revenue streams. This isn't an exhaustive list either. The revenue streams should really be selected based on your goals and available resources. So a couple of examples, if you rely solely on, say, rental income or land sales to fund the MSC, it could drive up the cost of housing because you're relying on that to fully fund your operations. So in that case, you might want to look at a mix. Another example might be the municipal, if you're relying fully on municipal funding sources. This might impact the ability to remove debt off municipal books because it wouldn't be seen as a separate organization. So that's something to consider when you're looking at the different revenue models. Expenditures to consider. This is just a list of expenses that we saw in some of our examples. These are operating costs as well as setting up the organization. And again, these can be split by the municipality, the county, or the MSC specifically, and a big mix of those. Again, not an exhaustive list, but what we saw during some of our case studies that were expenses coming up. And one thing we cover more in our report is the financial models. So there's quite a bit more detail in our report. But these are models, again, we saw in our case studies, and we have three main ones that we listed here. So a lower tier buy-in. This would be similar to a buying shares in a company. You would buy in based on, the size of your municipality or the number of housing projects you're taking on, maybe a different metric, but you would buy in, and that would give the ability to start the MSC, so the funding you need to start. Land and housing sales. So we've seen examples of places selling old pieces of property, land, and using that to fund their operating costs or their startup costs. So this could be something a developer's interested in, or maybe land that's not useful, surplus land to the municipality or county, something along those lines. And the last one that's very interesting, and we didn't see a lot of examples of, but we're starting to, is private-public partnerships. And I think that'll be big as the MSCs move forward, is having private investors either on specific projects or construction of certain projects, but having those agreements in place. And I think you'll see a lot of that, and you'll see some cost savings from that. But again, it's hard to give examples of that because it's so early on and there's not really big examples of that happening, but I believe it's something that should be investigated going forward. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Funding opportunities. So here is a list of funding opportunities. However, ERIN has explored these funding opportunities for other housing projects, and the eligibility criteria can be quite restrictive. So if you are interested in looking at whether it's seed funding or capital funding for building, we really encourage you to reach out to a representative of each of these funding opportunities and have a discussion with them before applying to them. Housing monies are not so easy to get in the current climate. There's a lot of competition, and so it doesn't mean that you won't get any, but just the caveat that it's a challenging environment. Preliminary risk. I'm not going to go through all of this information.
Just sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to give you an extra 5 minutes based on the length of your presentation. So
thank
just
you.
wanted to
Appreciate
let you know.
that very much. Give him 10.
We'll give you 10 minutes.
I won't take another 10, I promise. Okay, so I won't go through all the details of the preliminary risk assessment. There is a risk register within the business case. Do take a look at it. When you've decided what model you may want to go with, continue with your risk assessment. Don't leave it here. When you scale down to your governance models and your financial models, risks are really going to be key in your discussion. Okay, so I won't cover this just for sake of time. Preliminary conclusions. If you take anything away from this presentation, let it be this. Flexibility. MSCs and ECDEVs, depending on how they are created and designed, can be arguably more flexible than an MSB. They can be flexible in terms of diverse funding sources, diversity in board members and stakeholders, as well as their level of private sector engagement. Again, the exact model that you adopt will determine this. Autonomy. Like I demonstrated on that chart, an MSC or an ECDEV can be set up either to be retained control by the municipality or separate from the municipality altogether. The caveat is, though, if you want it separate from the municipality, it must first attain financial autonomy from a municipality before it can be considered totally off of the municipality's financial books and not qualify towards the municipality's annual debt repayment limit. So an MSC does not automatically become autonomous from a municipality. That being said, an MSB is arguably less autonomous than an MSC. Time. Time is a big one as well. An MSc and an ECDEV will take time to establish. Of those MSCs that we had discussions with, whether they were a housing MSc or a utility-based model, it was taking on average 5 to 7 years to establish an MSc. Of course, that's because of a range of different factors, from staff capacity to financial capacity. Some of them were trying to establish it during COVID, so that would have played into that number as well, but they do take a considerable more time than an MSB. Okay. New models are needed when it comes to delivering housing. Existing housing corporations are specific to social housing, so looking at new models like an MSC, for example, or an MSB is probably your best bet in this current environment. Skills-based boards. MSCs and ECDEVs are known for their skills-based boards. MSBs, by contrast, are of course restricted to in-house capacity. There are, again, as I mentioned, existing MSCs and ECDEVs for housing, so there are examples to draw upon and lessons learned there. Again, funding opportunities are out there, but they are limited and quite difficult to get a hold of. Financial sustainability will be challenging. Many MSCs or ECDEVs that are currently engaged in housing have chosen not to own and operate housing, but to create the conditions to support housing, whether that's land development or site readiness. That doesn't mean that it can't be done. City of Peterborough right now is trying to take that on. But just to keep that in mind, that financial sustainability will be challenging. Startup costs, whether it is a housing MSC or a utility model, have been borne by the municipality. Some of those, such as the Frontenac Municipal Services Corporation, they had membership fees that helped them from the get-go until they can reach financial sustainability. Again, I've already mentioned financial freedom and independence from municipality takes time. Just to keep in mind when you're looking at what models to progress with, think about where you want the risks, liabilities, and the assets to sit. Do you want them closer to the municipality, or do you want them outside the municipality, even if the MSC is wholly owned by the municipality? Okay, and I won't go over this again. You have heard that, so I'll spare you that. Last slide. So if you're interested in pursuing an MSB or an MSc ECDEV, make sure you know what problem you're zeroing in on. Trying to do everything in the housing space is a lot, so zero in on your problem. That will help you determine your model, whether an MSB is better or an MSc. Once you kind of have an idea of what way you want to go, draft a business plan. That's when you're really going to go deep down into the governance models and the financial models and how this is going to work. In some cases, I don't know if this has been done. When you're establishing an MSC, you are required by legislation to produce a business case, asset transfer policies, and have public consultation. But I don't know how many people actually did a deep dive in terms of governance models and financial models. It kind of looks like they've been kind of ad hocing it along the way. So I encourage you to really do that before you decide what you would like to do. Of course, when you have your financial models and your governance established, draft a sustainability plan with goals over time. And because funding is so difficult in this space, look at funding avenues very early on. Okay? And that is it. Now Zach will answer all your questions.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And gosh, I didn't think you could do it. Wow, that's amazing. This has been several months. When we started down this path, and Mr. Davis, of course, suggested it late last year, because we wanted to talk to the ministry and the minister when we went to where did we go? Roma in January to present this concept, and you could see the sparkle in their eye of oh, you're thinking differently here in Renfrew County. It's funny, 20 years ago I started in economic development, and at the time the folks that were in economic development said, housing isn't for economic developers. Well, all we do is chase smokestacks and Toyota plants and all these other things. 20 years later, every economic development officer I know is trying to find a solution to do housing. And now they're taking that learned approach from industrial parks and business parks and everything else and bringing that to a housing lens now. And this is the culmination of a lot of what you've heard over the years and bringing that forward. Mr. Davis and his crew, of course, we're tasked with at least 24 new builds this year. We're looking at campuses of care moving forward. We're looking at replacing a very old and aging stock. So we're trying to bring opportunities forward to explore, and I think this is a great one to explore as we move forward. There is time. We've seen the Frontenac model for communal servicing take a good part of a career, from those working in Frontenac to get where they are now, and they still don't have a shovel in the ground for communal servicing.
And that's not uncommon.
Right, and it's not uncommon. So, some things take time, some things can be expedited, as we've heard today. So I'm excited at the prospects, and thank you from our standpoint for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you both very much for an excellent presentation and diving as deep as you did into the background and providing that information to us here at County Council. So I'll open it up for questions. And I've got Adamson Brumley, Poacher Valley, and Township of Whitewater. Adamson Brumley.
Thank you very much, Chair Brose, and thank you also as well to Eeyore, the presentation, Kristen and Zach, thank you very much. Enormous appreciation for this because it is a very direct report. And in particular, there are two key themes I think that I zero in on. Right at the end, it's also in your summary of know precisely what it is that you are trying to do. And that is the starting point. That is the first of the 1,000 steps that one must take in this journey. And in the presentation, it is that of the 4 that you have cited, one, I think, has the vision or the intent to get towards actual building of homes, but the other 3 do not. And that seems to be a significant headwind, if not a constraint. The 5 to 7 year time horizon that seems to be even before maturation, I'm assuming that is just in the establishment. And in fact, even the achieving autonomy, if you will, I'm assuming is outside of that horizon.
Yes, you are correct.
And in fact, one of the key benefits to an MSC is essentially the offloading of debt repayment limits. But so long as, if I'm understanding correctly, so long as there is $1 of municipal revenue being fed into this, you are not autonomous, and that remains whatever debt may be incurred does retain on the contributing municipalities until autonomy is reached.
So, and Zach can also comment on this. My understanding is if the MSC can operate without municipal funding, then it can be taken off the municipality's books. However, if it can operate on its own and the municipality still wants to transfer assets or financial contributions, it can do so. It cannot be dependent on the municipality.
Understood, but I think that in my reading of the report, it seemed to quite plainly be suggesting that financial sustainability is another enormous challenge.
Yes.
That there is discretionary contributions that could come from the municipal sector into this vehicle. But I'm inclined to think, and those may happen, but I'm inclined to think that just in a careful reading of this, I'm going to presume that if we started this today, it's probably 10 years before we would be able to achieve one of those key advantages to an MSC. And I'm certainly concerned that 3 of the 4 that you are citing are not even giving consideration to building. I'm certainly stand to be corrected, but I know when we discussed this in November, certainly my interpretation is perhaps market failure is overstating the conditions in Renfrew County with respect to getting building built. But it is certainly an inertia, an economic inertia that seems to be standing in the way. So the impetus of this, and it was certainly the idea, at least I would suggest, was co-opted from Public Works, where we have our day, what we refer to as the day labor crew that installs large civic infrastructure. And that has been a good model. And the suggestion was perhaps we could be building housing. What you are saying is only one of these 4 is contemplating that, and it's a significant journey before you get to that point where you're doing it. So I want to be very careful. My intent is still not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but it is to be hard-nosed at not just clearly identifying what we are seeking with this, but also clearly in our business. You said that there is a business plan plus a financial plan. But if I'm reading this carefully, it is certainly suggesting that it is a very high barrier to meet to achieve that financial autonomy. And that is a substantial challenge, which is not to derail the initiative, but to say we need to be as hard-nosed as the private sector of saying, what is the likelihood of achieving that level of autonomy? The last, perhaps, question, if I may, Mr. Chair, so long as there's a financial autonomy, because right now it seems like mostly the boards that are organizing these things are towards the maturation, not towards the mature entity. If the board remains councillors, is it still autonomous so long as it is financially autonomous?
As far as I'm,
Yeah. So there's very specific rules in the accounting standards, and that's where this issue comes up. And that's why there's not a dollar amount associated with it, and it talks about being financially stable on its own operating. The board can still be a council board if required. But like you mentioned, you really need to look at the goals. Is your goal to remove debt from the county of Renfrew? Like, is that what you're trying to accomplish? Or are you trying to accomplish an organization that's full goal is to construct houses? So really that's why our main point is figure out what you're trying to do, first.
And maybe part of this as an MSC is leveraging your private partnerships as well. Like with only keeping it to municipal staff has its advantages rather, but also explore possible private partnerships. I mean, especially in housing, right? Mm-hmm. They're the ones who really have to build it. So build those relationships, yeah.
Pointer Valley.
I forgot I was even in the queue. I just want to thank the Eorn team. We said that we were going to sort of redefine what network meant in Eorn, and I think that staff have taken up that mantle and have done such an amazing job. And keeping an eye on Frontenac, as you mentioned, and on Prince Edward County that I brought back from Roma a couple of years ago, definitely understand. I think Frontenac's now in its 8th year, so for many different reasons, but I think that, as my colleague said, if we're going to take on something like this, we do need to know the end goal. What is the end goal? Because if the end goal isn't achievable for 10 years, maybe it's not something that we want to start. However, using Frontenac, Prince Edward County, and Peterborough as maybe benchmarks, perhaps once they're done and lessons learned, we can speed up the process. I think that this is not a new concept, but a new concept maybe in housing. And so I think that we don't have to be first past the post. I think that we need to learn from our neighbors and then think thoughtfully about it. Thank you. Thanks again for coming, though, guys. It's so lovely to see you.
Thank you. And Councillor from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. I really enjoyed reading this report, and the detail that you put into it has been an eye-opener for me. I'd always been familiar with MSCs, but to see, especially the chart you can't read when you put in your presentation, but it's important, the detail in that, and I appreciate it. The question I had is, and again, I know we haven't defined the problem, and I'm just going to put that aside and live in my own little theoretic bubble here. Could you, or have you seen an example before, or maybe an initiative started as an MSB? Could it then still have the ability to transform at some time to an MSC?
I have not seen any examples of MSBs being used for housing. That was something that was also mentioned in our slides. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. We couldn't find examples when evaluating whether to use an MSB or an MSC. Maybe evaluate both options, to be honest, because if there are no examples out there, doing a deeper dive in terms of governance and financials may give you the answers of what way you want to go. But again, no, I did not find any examples of MSBs.
Nothing that would restrict something to go along that line, though, that you're aware of?
No, I don't think there'd be anything restricting going from an MSB to an MSC in legislation anyways, so.
Perfect. Good. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Thanks, Chair, and certainly they've done the research. So just things to watch. Northumberland is slow walking this as well with their, pretty sure it's a Workforce Housing Corporation, where they're trying to acquire municipal lands to develop workforce housing. But they're same thing, they're slow walking this as they learn more and the right thing to do. So they're not anywhere near mature. They've just started. I think what they've done is appoint a staff member to that. They've hired one person. To the comment earlier about who sits on the board, the CAO and the treasurer, I think, are the two board members, or the two appointed people to start the process to get things going. So people are slow walking this. Slow walking. Northumberland's been thinking about this for about 3 years, right? So it's these little things you think about, things again, find what you want to do, and then find your way through to it. So, sorry.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? The warden.
Thank you very much for the the presentation, and I too enjoyed reading it, and it gave me some things to think about. Am I correct in assuming that two tracks can occur at the same time? Is working to establish the Municipal Services Board or corporation, and I think you said you can transfer assets to it later on. So if we were to go out and build X number, so at some point we can still, it's not you have to make that decision today.
No.
So you can go ahead and build and then transfer those assets over.
Yes, absolutely. City of Peterborough is looking to transfer some of the assets from its social housing corporation to its MSC. And you can do that. They have not done so yet, but that's something that they're looking to do. So it doesn't have to be from the get-go. No.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm seeing none, so thank you very much once again for an excellent presentation. And at this point, we will, Ward.
It's directed to Mr. Kelly. Is it possible to suggest to the CAO's group internally to Renfrew County or the treasurers the next time they're together to maybe have this kind of a presentation? Because I know I'm aware of other municipalities at the lower tier who are talking about these things.
No, through you, Chair. No, absolutely. And Jason and Kristen and Zach, of course, have put a lot of work into this and have suggested that the information be shared with Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus CAOs and make that same presentation. I said, well, I wanted to be first before the report went out. So I think after today, I think what the understanding was that this would be shared broadly and move from there. So much appreciated.
Thank you. And we will, at this point, break for lunch, and we will convene back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you and welcome back, everybody. We've just had a great pancake lunch, and we're going to continue with a presentation from our forester, Lacey Rose.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll just say a brief introduction. We all know Lacey Rose, County Forester, and typically in the past, through D&P Committee, she would provide, or sometimes at County Council, provide an overview of the previous year, 2024, this year. So I'm pleased to have Lacey Rose to do an overview of the 2024 activities on the county forests. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now that you're all fed and happy, so the annual report was provided as part of your package, but I just want to provide a bit of context on the longer time scale and also a little bit more information about what we got up to last year. So before I get to that, I just did want to do a little recap because some of you might be new since I have given the most information spiel about the Renfrew County Forest. So we do manage the Renfrew County Forest according to a 10-year forest management plan, which was approved in 2017 by County Council. The county owns about 6,500 hectares of forest spread out over 53 different tracts in the county, and most of those were purchased in the 1960s through what was known as the Agreement Forest Program. 75% of the purchase price was funded by the province at that time to reforest area that was better suited to reforestation purposes, so abandoned farm fields, etc. And the M&R actually did manage the county forest until 2000. As a result of that tree planting effort at purchase, 17% of our current forest structure is in red pine plantations, and that's where we make the bulk of the revenue at this time. So that was a really great gift to the future in the county. On the flip side, 35% of our forest is low-value poplar and mixedwood, which is very hard to sell, but we have had some successful sales in the last couple years. We are FSC and SFI certified, which is part of the reason that we have a forest management plan, but it's also identified in the county's official plan that the county forest will be managed according to a forest management plan prepared by a registered professional forester, and that's me. So I did just include the map so you can get an idea of like which county forests are in your municipality. You will not be able to read this tiny font, but it is in your package. A couple other messages from the forest management plan time. So one of the big things for us to always remember is that we are limited by the present and future forest conditions. So this is a graph just showing the age class structure of our forest. So most of the forest is actually entering maturity, in the mature stage, or over mature at this time, which means that there'll be a time in the future where a lot of the forest is young and not eligible for any kind of harvest activity. So we know, and it was recognized in our last forest management plan, that our revenue and harvest area will drop in the future around the 2042 mark. The plan does aim to maintain a steady revenue stream throughout the 10-year term. However, this is entirely dependent on markets and the bids that we receive for our timber. We make estimates based on historic volumes and bids, but that changes from year to year. And we do anticipate or have forecasted that we'll make about $180,000 a year in this plan term. So in 2024, we did exceed that expectation, about $245,000 in revenue. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why. And you can see in this graph that sometimes we make much less than $180,000 and sometimes we make more. In previous years, there's been years where harvest has been deferred because the operators were unable to cut it during the contract time. There's been staffing changes that resulted in no timber sales. There's been years like 2019 where we didn't even get any bids on most of the harvest area that we put out for sale. And then in 2022, there was the big windstorm that took up the time of most operators in the area, so they asked for contract extensions. And that's why in 2023, we had a much larger than normal year. And also in 2023 and 2024, the bids that we've been receiving for red pine are almost double our historic levels. So that explains, we're still planning for 180,000, and until we get the bids, we don't know what it's actually going to be. So that just kind of gives you some context about why the last couple years have been big. However, on average, since 2012, which is where we have a lot of really good historic data from that period, our average is about 186,000. So we're still in the ballpark longer term.
So you heard me say that red pine is our revenue generator. Another message in the forest management plan was the importance of maintaining pine on our Renfrew County forest land base. There was a bit of a study that we did showing the value of our current pine forest, which is by far much more valuable than the intolerant poplar and mixedwood harvest area. But also the importance of spending money to grow that area back to pine. Pine is really hard to grow back naturally. We suppress forest fires, which pine is dependent on to regenerate in natural environments. So we have to take a lot of action to make sure that that pine is maintained on our land base. And then just the graph below shows the projected timeline of our red pine harvest area. So as the plantations reach maturity, those are going to be depleted, and that's where we need to spend the money to make sure that the future county will have the opportunity to generate revenue from those kind of products. So to ensure that that was possible, in the last forest management plan, there was commitments included that 15% of the harvest revenue would be placed in a dedicated renewal account, and anything above the budgeted amount would also go in there. And we did already forecast when we wrote this plan that we would be needing to do activities for renewal in 130 hectares of forest, which would cost about $260,000, but that was based on the predicted harvest area. So we're at year 9 of the forest management plan, and so far we've completed renewal activities on 51 hectares, and all of that was funded from the renewal reserve, so it was really great that we had that set aside. The reason that it's less than we planned is because we haven't harvested as much white pine area during the plan term, but those areas are going to be pushed forward. Some of them might happen in 2026, and some will be pushed into the next forest management plan. So far we've spent about $60,000 and have planted 37,000 trees, so really great news. We have also spent in 2024 about $13,000 on regeneration activities and invasive species control, which we will only see rising costs for the control of invasive species. That's something that we didn't even plan on spending money on when this plan was written in 2017 because it was not yet a problem. That's how fast this has happened. By the end of the plan, I forecast we'll be spending about $90,000 on renewal activities alone, not invasive species, and we'll have planted about 80,000 trees. So we've definitely been busy with renewal activities. A quick case study. So the Beachburg Tract, which is the most used tract by the public, very important place in Whitewater region that gets many visitors per day. So we did do a harvest there in 2022. It's called a shelterwood harvest, which is a partial harvest type. And the photo up there is actually after the harvest. So you can see there's lots of trees still standing. And this is how we go about regenerating white pine. So we made about $4,000 a hectare from that cut, which is amazing considering it was harvested in the 1990s in the same manner. However, there were no renewal activities completed at that time. So what was growing back was red pine, poplar, the low value species that we already have a lot of on the Renfrew County forest. And this is by far our best pine site in all of the Renfrew County forest. So it's very important for us to be spending that money to make sure that pine's growing back if we're cutting pine. So when all is said and done in this area, we will be spending about $2,600 a hectare to make sure that white pine is growing back. We've already completed mechanical site prep, chemical site prep. The seedlings are growing at the nursery in Kempville, and we have a contract for 43,000 trees to be planted there this spring, which is great news. In a couple years after the trees are planted, we anticipate we may have to do brush sawing, which is like the normal way of business because white pine doesn't grow as fast as its competitors, just to make sure that those seedlings succeed. So the question, why spend this money? Even minus the renewal activities, the profit that we're making from that harvest is still double what we would be making if this was a poplar harvest. So it balances out, and that's like the financial side, and it doesn't think about past or future revenue that we're getting from the same area. There will be at least one more cut come out of this specific area after the planted white pine are established so that they get more sunlight and are able to become the next forest. So there's future revenue to come. Also, it's really important wood supply for local mills to be maintaining pine on the land base. Several are, primarily dependent on red and white pine, and it's a big part of their business. And in this tract, we have another 36 hectares left to go that we'll be treating in the same manner, and it'll cost us about $90,000 to renew that area in the future as well. So just switching gears a little bit, a quick overview of the other things that we spent time on in 2024. Comments and advocacy, as usual, on policy and other changes that have been important to the local forest sector. Black ash was a big one you heard me talk about a lot. Eastern wolf near the beginning of the year, and support for biomass projects locally and bringing that interest to the county. Outreach and education, which has remained an important part of our program to let kids know that forestry is an option for them in their career paths, and also to increase the understanding that forestry in Renfrew County is sustainable. We reached about 250 local students in classrooms and at larger career events, and we brought 115 local students on 3 different forest and mill tours in partnership with many other local forest product producers and companies, and that was funded by Forest Ontario. As I mentioned before, we attained SFI certification, and we got some really nice new signage at the Beachburg Tract, thanks to Precision Textiles, and also some help with the content from the Algonquins of Ontario. And our bylaw was updated, which was a major milestone for us to reach. So looking ahead to 2025, believe it or not, we have already started work on the 2027 Forest Management Plan, which you will be hearing more from me about in the year and a half ahead. We're out in the forest updating the inventory, already starting to think about what harvest operations we'll be planning during that planning term, and we have initiated the consultation process with the Algonquin communities. We are set to do surveys in the main encroachment areas that we are facing right now, and get some action going in bylaw enforcement to deal with the growing number of issues that we're facing in the county forest. I mentioned the tree plant, which will be a great thing happening in the spring, and of course regular operations. We already have one of our 2025 operations nearing completion, so we've been very busy this year. I just wanted to show this picture at the end because I'm not sure if any of you were around in 2011, but on my first week at the job in the county, we planted these trees. So it makes my heart very happy to see how fast a field can become a forest, and that there is a lot of benefit in investing time and money into these lands. So thank you. Happy for any questions.
Thank you, Lacey, for an excellent presentation and great education. And I like the way you inject your passion into the work that you do. So I'll turn it over to questions, starting with the warden, and then Whitewater, and then Adams and Brown.
With your forest master plan consultation, you may want to move the final report up from November of 26 because there may not be enough returning members of council to be able to vote on it.
Thank you. Good advice.
And Councillor from Whitewater.
Good. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that you're doing on the Beachburg Tract. My 2 questions. The first one is, with our forest management plan, we've only looked at managing the assets we currently have. Has there ever been any thought to the expansion of our tract inventory?
Through you, Chair. I think that's a really important point to bring forward into the next forest management plan drafting, especially because we do have the reserve now, which is for renewal. But definitely some conversations to have over: do we have a minimum or maximum balance we want to have to that? Do we want to think about expanding the forest land base? In some areas, it might really make sense, like in the south of the county where it's facing urban expansion and where forest cover is becoming more scarce and more important. That was generally the intent of these community forests, is to provide forest refuge in areas that don't have a lot of forest cover. Luckily, in Renfrew County, we have over 70% forest cover as a whole, but definitely in some municipalities, it's going to be that percentage will have decreased since 20 years ago. So I think that is a great point to bring forward.
Yeah, supplementary.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that. Second question is, within, and I can speak to Whitewater, I'm familiar, there's 2 provincial parks. There's also ministry-held lands, whether it's MNRF or even Ministry of Mines. Do they manage those forests on those properties? Could that be something we could bid on to manage on their behalf in order to collect additional revenue?
Through you, Chair. So the Crown land, or the provincial land, is managed by the Sustainable Forest licensee. I do know that there are some really important holdings in Whitewater, including a seed orchard. I don't think it would be feasible for us to get into that like fold of managing, but certainly in the past for lower tier municipalities, we have provided assistance for them to manage their land. The dump property, I wrote a prescription for that quite some years ago, and it was never harvested. So like those things have happened, and the revenue can be incurred by the municipality. So that exists.
Councillor from Admiston Brumley.
Thank you very much, Chair Rose, and thank you through you to Ms. Rose. And again, I certainly note the enthusiasm. Ms. Rose is definitely occupied in the right field. A question first. A few years back, I'm not entirely sure, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, there got to be a real crunch on the provider of pine seedlings. I think it had been a very narrow number of opportunities to procure those seedlings. Has the industry kind of moved past that now? Has it absorbed kind of that? I think that perhaps that business was going out of business.
Through you, Chair. So that was the time that the province had clawed back all of the funding for the seed plants, which was at the time a very big deal. That was where most of the seed was housed in Ontario. Private entities have stepped up to fill that gap. However, with the 2 billion tree program federally, there is an increasing demand for seedlings, but that just brings to the importance of planning in our operations. So the seedlings that we're going to plant this spring, I ordered those 3 years ago. So all of the activities that lead up to tree planting really have to line up and happen as planned. Otherwise, we would end up with 43,000 trees that we've ordered and nowhere to plant them. And that goes for all purchasers of like large amount of seedlings. We don't collect our own seed. We purchase it from others. So we are dependent on independent seed collectors and our friends and neighbors who do have seed banks to sell us seed. And in this instance, we're even planting some from southern seed zones as climate change insurance, and also some best bets against blister rust, which is present in the area. So it's a very large problem to solve that requires a lot of advanced planning.
Thank you. Second is a comment and then a final question, if you will, Mr. Chair. The comment is on the chart, the FMP recap and the value. Like the math here seems enormously straightforward. On the red pine, 18% of revenues have to go back into renewal. I can't think of a crop that exists in agriculture that even remotely approaches that level of return on investment. Is that accurate to put it into those terms?
Generally, yes, but as always, it depends. Everything is very, very dependent on the site. So if there's an area that we don't expect to have a lot of competition in that we wanted to plant, like a red pine plantation that doesn't have, balsam fir growing at 200% stocking in the understory, we wouldn't have to do the mechanical site prep or the chemical site prep. So you would save those costs. So the way that I did these estimates at the time of forest management plan writing was using averages and assuming that we would have to follow the normal treatment regime for every stand, which is the most common situation. White pine is a little bit more expensive because you have a lot more residual trees that come into play, and also different stages of harvest because it's a multi-step process.
Okay, and the final one, and I'm presuming that it would also have some of it maybe predicated upon how fecund the particular plot is. And I think that you probably answer this, but you can confirm for me, because a couple of charts, or a couple of slides later, the suggestion is for 51 hectares, it's been about 60K has been spent. I think I heard you say there's about 36 more left at a 90 on top of that, which ultimately is coming in below what the chart is estimating. This is just over 1,700. Would it be your suggestion that this is probably one of the more economical plots that we have that is coming in under the forecasted cost?
Through you, Chair. So it just, in this case, it ends up being the timing of when different things happened. So we did plant trees already in 3 tracks, kind of the Round Lake area, and they were, I believe, mechanically site prepped in the last plan, so the cost would have counted then. So it's just because there's literally 4 years of costs for every hectare that you're undertaking these activities. But on average, the costs that we are incurring are very close to what was estimated at the time of forest management planning preparation, which is incredible considering I did expect that there wouldn't be a lot of contractor interest in completing work on our small land base compared to the larger Crown land base around us, but we have been lucky to be able, in most cases, to be able to get competitive bids for that work.
Just on your final point, if I might, Mr. Chair, so ultimately the average is coming in very close, very proximate to what the estimation was. How much variability is there from plot to plot?
I would say on average, it is fairly consistent, but say the cost for mechanical site preparation, we did not get any interest from contractors that actually provide that service for the Beachburg Tract. So we ended up having to benefit, luckily, from our friends in Public Works who had a list of equipment operators and persuading someone that didn't do that kind of work to complete that work because we had the seedlings coming. So it needs to get done. So in that case, it ended up being a little bit more than we anticipated. But as long as the local contractor base remains, and obviously there's going to be inflation from year to year of what their costs are, we are getting some fair bids for this work. Thank you.
Poacher Valley.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Lacey, that photo makes me feel very old. Wow. You said that you were doing another plant in the spring, and you've got companies that do that, and I think that would be a brilliant thing for County Council to do as a team-building exercise. No? Okay. No?
Just go. The rest of us will show up.
For those of you watching, my idea has been fervently rejected.
Councillor from Arnprior.
Thank you, Chair. Lacey, do we take advantage of the federal government giving monies for planting trees in your, like you did this 4 years ago and they able to come up with it this year?
Through you, Chair. So we have used funding programs in the past for planting of fields, which is reforestation, which traditionally that is the only thing that the funding is allocated towards. You can't use it in forest to forest regeneration. So that picture was funded by the 50 million tree program. However, I have been having some conversations with funding providers because 2 billion trees is a lot to plant. There's not that much vacant land out there. They're starting to expand their horizons a little bit. So we are having conversations about the potential for when we can demonstrate, like the Beachburg Tract, that it's important ecosystem service that's being provided by renewing to this forest type. We may be able to tap into some funding in the future, but as of this point, there are no funding venues for when you harvest a forest and then regenerate it. It would be if it was a field, then you can get funding to make it a forest.
Supplementary, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. For the municipalities that have taken advantage of the trees, i.e. Arnprior, there is county land that trees could be planted on, and that's specifically the Algonquin Trail. So we're suggesting or asking that this permission be granted or just happens. Thank you.
Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Lacey, what time of year do you actually plant the trees?
Through you, Chair. So we will be the first contract on the contractor company's list that year. As soon as the snow melts, basically, and the ground is thawed, then that will be when they start work. And obviously, I would be happy if anyone wanted to come out and have a little tour and plant a few trees and then go visit them in 15 years and take a picture next to them. It'd be fun.
Yeah. Supplemental. Sorry, my thought was just, I was hoping the timing would be different, that we could get some of our high school students to do their volunteer hours to assist us while Jen's out there doing it herself.
So through you, Chair,
Councillor Nicholson agreed to be part of my team, by the way, Lacey.
There will be a high school class that we will be trying to get out there and do. It's a little complicated because we have a contract, but in the past that has worked out very well, that a high school class has come out and spent the day and helped us out there.
I suppose the other option is the Algonquin College forestry students. Do they ever participate in the planting?
Yes, it's just 43,000 trees is a lot. So yeah, we have to have a contractor to provide like the bulk of the work to make sure we get the quality, but yeah, there are learning opportunities to be had for sure.
And the warden has a question.
Thank you. And the in your next 10-year plan, do you have a sense of what kind of prediction you would foresee the number of trees that would need to be planted in the next 10 years?
Through you, Chair. It's too early for me to make that kind of estimation, but it will be more than this time because some of our red pine plantations will be likely approaching the stage where it would make sense to underplant them as well as not just focusing on the natural white pine areas. And yeah, that's kind of the planning stage we're in now, is updating the inventory and getting to those kind of estimates. So stay tuned.
Okay, thank you. And a supplemental, and can you explain to us some of the other things you've done for the municipalities, not as just the county forester, but the county forester acting on behalf of other communities?
Sure. Through you, Chair. So since I've been here, it's mostly been the town of Deep River, actually. We prepared a forest management plan on their behalf, a long-term one for a 10-year plan, and oversaw a harvest near their dump. Coincidentally, everyone has trees near their dump, so a plantation thinning. We linked it up with our harvest tender for that year, and oversaw it for them. There's been, small things through the years like butternut health assessments and one-offs. That's be the most of it.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. So again, thank you on an excellent presentation, Lacey, and look forward to your new forestry management plan. So item number 6 on the agenda is communications. I would assume everybody's had a chance to read the request on the Climate Action Plan Framework petition. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, then if I could get a mover and a seconder to accept the correspondence as information. Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from Head Clear and Mariah. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 7 is our consent reports, and the first item is the Chalk River Laboratories environmental remediation, and the summary is there, but I'm going to turn to our representative from Arnprior to give us an update, please.
Thank you, Chair. As most councillors have received an email from CNL, there was 3 judicial reviews. The one for the concerned citizens of Renfrew County versus the CNL was carried, and so the construction of the near-surface disposal facility has met the requirements and will carry on. The other 2 are in pending, with more text to follow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. At least one piece of good news, so that's great. Any comments or questions on that? See none, then we'll go, oh, sorry, Councillor from Deep River.
I guess if I might not exactly concern, so the second judicial review that went to the federal court last week, the contention that the CNSC and CNL did not follow the Commission's recommendation on Indigenous consultation was actually upheld. So any construction of the NSDF project at the Chalk River site is now put on hold until both organizations go through what the justice has called meaningful consultation. And I guess in short, this is going to add another year and a half, at least another year and a half before CNL can potentially start construction of that. So a significant setback for CNL, a significant setback for our environment. You know, we're now in a position that CNL has remediated a lot of properties and buildings, and they have these materials in what I would call a state of storage, and also some of the other demolitions that need to be done have probably been put on hold because of, you know, putting them in a temporary state of storage is not the best position. But leaving some of these facilities in place is not the best position for us to be in, for the environment to be in. So it is a significant setback. I think this is putting our environment at significant risk moving forward. And but CNSC and CNL will need to do more consultation with the Indigenous communities and work towards free and informed consent. I'll leave it at that for now.
And thank you very much for that additional information. So we'll now move on to the development property consent report. You have the, I see there's a question from the councillor from Whitewater. Before I turn it over to your question, I just wanted to highlight the fact that the Economic Development Division is pleased to welcome Hilary Pankey as the new program coordinator with Enterprise Renfrew County. So just wanted to highlight that. And councillor from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a question on item number 2 in the report, the strategic planning for the Renfrew County Agricultural Economic Development Committee. In there, they mention, staff mentioned a local agricultural strategic plan, which I think is an excellent idea, and I welcome it, with the inclusion of the, I'm looking for the language on the system, agricultural systems approach, which is great. I was just curious if any other additional information was available on the timeline when that would come back to council, or if it was coming back to council for us to review.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So once we have the plan in place to move forward, we'll bring it back as an update when and where we're at with this planning process. So you'll be informed at all steps of the process to make sure if there's any input you may need or may want to do, we have the availability to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the consent report? Seeing none, then can I get a mover and a seconder to accept the consent reports as information? Moved by councillor from BV, seconded by councillor from Killaloo, Haggerty, and Richards. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor, and that's carried. So then we will move on to our discussion reports, and I have a resolution, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. So page 73, if you're following on the paper copy, under resolution, Climate Action Ad Hoc Committee Terms of Reference, the recommendation is that the Development and Property Committee recommend that County Council approve the terms of reference for the Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you. You've heard the resolution. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor from Greater Madawaska, seconded by Councillor from down Petawawa. Background, please.
Thank you again, Chair. So the one and only item is the ad hoc committee terms of reference. So you'll remember when we presented the climate action plan way back in late 2024, part and parcel of this was to create an ad hoc committee to try and implement some of the recommendations that was part of the climate action plan. So part of the process is to create this climate action plan ad hoc committee. And what you'll see in the additional terms of reference is a couple key factors. One is, where does this report to? Where does this ad hoc committee report to? And what you'll see in the package, it's under corporate services. So discussions with our clerk and with our CAO. Where would be the best fit? Would it be operations? Would it be under operations? When we look at the overall aspects of the climate action plan, we see the fleet management could be under operations. We see long-term care facilities, which is a heavy hitter. We see a number of different options, so we felt it best to be under one corporate services. And also, if you look at the membership too, so a little different than some of our other ad hoc committees, you'll see the committee structure. So just to highlight, we have two county councillors appointed by council, 2 members from local environmental organization groups or advocacy groups, and 1 member representing the business community or the industry of the sector. So a little different, but I think this would be a good implementation process to move this file along, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
I just, through you, Chair, just at this time, I'd like to just make it known that I would like to be on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure staff will note that. Any other? Yes. Councillor from McNabb Braeside, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a little sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Generally, I'm in agreement with the terms of reference. The structure of the committee seems balanced for input from various groups. I would like to suggest a change or an addition that I don't think will fundamentally change the character of falling in line with our strategic plan, some of the other discussions we've had. Since we made the strategic plan, we've received a number of presentations from different advocacy groups, and we received a petition, and I would like to suggest that we add one more terms of reference, borrowing some of the wordage from this petition, which I think will be very appropriate and give a broader set of tools in order to tackle this very important issue to Renfrew County. So in the petition, and therefore is number 2 was pursue local environmental initiatives such as tree planting, water conservation, waste reduction, and wildlife habitats that better suit our rural communities' needs. So I'd like to make 2 suggestions. One is, instead of pursue, change that to consider, because in order to fully tackle climate change, we do have to reduce emissions. There's not much doubt about that. There'll be some hard decisions to make on the financial end that the ad hoc committee will evaluate. But I would like to add one more thing to consider, and that would be improving the carbon content of agricultural soils. So it would read, consider local environment initiatives such as tree planting, water conservation, waste reduction, wildlife habitats, and improving organic content of agricultural soils that better suit our rural communities' needs. So if you'd like me to move that as an amendment, I certainly can.
Yes, please do so. Do I have a seconder? Councillor from Town of Arnprior. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor from Belcher Valley.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly appreciate the amendment, but I cannot support it until this committee meets and actually decides what route they're going to go down. I do have further comments, but I think for now it's too into the weeds.
And I'm going to turn it to Mr. Davis for his comments.
Yes, just to provide a little bit of clarity. So keep in mind that we're trying to have a climate action plan, and this committee is really looking at what the County of Renfrew, through our assets, through our land, vehicle assets, what we can do, and hopefully influence, as you see in the purpose, influence the greater community. And I'm not sure if we're in the process and the position right now to look at what we can do for farmlands that we don't own or don't maintain. So I'm just put that as a cautionary note or a clarity note. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, supplementary from Mark, or Councillor from McNabb Braeside.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for the comments. I do want to point out a couple things about the process. As I understand it, we've gone through. So the point Mr. Davis made is certainly a valid one. When we started down this road, we were looking at the corporation of the county of Renfrew and our footprint, and it was fairly simple and rather narrowly defined. When the Ainsworth report came in, I was a bit surprised. It went beyond what I think our original intent was, which Mr. Davis has referred to. And it very much talked about county council's role in being leaders of the county, including assets that we don't own. So there's much reference in the Ainsworth report to that role of county council to take some leadership across the county beyond our assets. And so that is in part why I'm suggesting this addition. The Ainsworth report talks about things beyond the county, the corporation of the county of Renfrew, in terms of action. So I think it does fit in with an evaluation of the Ainsworth report as it was presented. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any further comments? So seeing none, I will call for the vote on the amendment. All in favor? Those opposed? So that amendment has been defeated, and then we'll go back to the original recommendation, and that is to receive the discussion report as presented.
Sorry, Chair, can I make a comment on the terms of reference?
Okay.
As they are? I do appreciate the idea, obviously we should have goals, to achieve a 20% decrease in emissions from our county operations by 2030, may be doable, may not be, I don't know, but at least there's a goal. I think my concern is the 20 to 25 reduction in community-wide, and I think that speaks to what you're talking about, Jason, is that we have to have buy-in from community members in order to do things much like what Councillor McKenzie just said. So I am concerned about that. I wouldn't amend it. I'm just throwing it out as a concern because I think it's one thing to hold ourselves accountable to a goal, but to try and achieve something outside of what we control might be very, very, very difficult. I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's been carried. Thank you. So we have no deferred reports. Are there any verbal reports? Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry, we haven't actually voted on the actual motion that was settled.
That's what it was. We did the amended vote?
No, but you mentioned that we were doing the discussion report as a whole, which we've put two motions together.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. So, yes, the vote we did was for the Climate Action Ad Hoc Committee report. So, I'm sorry, yes, we'll need a motion, a mover and a seconder for the discussion report as presented as a whole. Moved by Councillor from Whitewater, seconded by Councillor from Arnprior. Comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Evelyn, for catching that. We have no deferred reports at this point. Are there any verbal reports? Seeing none, then we have a recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 201 as amended, the Development and Property Committee move into a closed session for a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and it's in regards to the Whitewater Region Paramedic Base.
Point of order, please.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to declare on this item. Can I do that at this point or after it's moved and seconded?
You can do that right now.
Perfect. So I would like to declare on agenda item number 11. The reason being is I'm representing both negotiating parties on this item. So.
Thank you.
Perfect. Paperwork is here and I'll provide it to the clerk when we're done, but I'll exit now.
Thank you. So I will need a mover and a seconder to go into closed. Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Hills, seconded by Councillor from Petawawa. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We will be in closed. Thank you and welcome back, everybody. I will report that we just had a discussion about a purchase of land for a paramedic base in the Whitewater region. And we'll move on to new or other business. Is there any new or other business? No, I don't. Seeing no other new or other business, then I would need a, the recommendation that we adjourn, and the next regular meeting would be held on March 26, 2025. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Deep River, seconded by the warden. Discussion, all in favor? Thank you very much. We are adjourned, and we will take a 5-minute pause while we switch committees.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would take this opportunity to call to order Committee of the Whole Operations. Has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in any of the matters before us? General nature thereof, seeing none. Thank you, sir. I would entertain a motion for the adoption of the Operations Committee meeting of January 29th, 2025. Recommendation that the minutes of January 29, 2025 be approved. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. There's no delegations listed. Communications attached are correspondence received from outside agencies. Is there any questions with respect to the two items of communications? Seeing none, I would entertain a mover and seconder to accept the correspondence as information. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. All those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to consent reports. There is one. Sorry, there's more than one. So on the consent reports, we have the capital variance report. That includes the bylaw for County Road 71, Madawatin Road rock removal, and Municipal 511 agreement. Is there any questions or discussions around those reports? Member from Edmundston, Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question pertains to the variance report. I guess perhaps this is an opportunity to ask a couple of questions, both of them related. Ultimately, I will acknowledge that this probably should have occurred to me on the February the 6th when we were doing the budget. But I noted on here, omitted from these, I went back to the October 28th meeting of last year, wherein substantial number of capital projects are pre-approved. I note in this variance report, and in fact in the capital schedule attached to the approved budget, that 5 bridge culvert projects that had been pre-approved for tender have actually been removed from the capital plan. So that was question one. I wonder if either yourself or perhaps Mr. Perkins can identify why those were omitted from the capital plan after pre-approval had been provided.
Okay, not knowing exactly which ones, I'll go to Mr. Perkins.
No, unfortunately, I do not know. I'll have to ask and find out and get back to you.
I'll name them: the Cochrane Creek, Constant Creek, Farquharson Culvert, Nelson Creek Culvert, and O'Grady Bridge were all part of the enumerated projects that were pre-approved in October. So that is those. Following up kind of on that same line of thinking, and because this is the operations report, I was remiss, I meant to ask this as well in the D&P. How many of the pre-approved have gone to tender?
Mr. Perkins.
Yeah, currently just 2 so far. We had the original one for Commonwealth Bridge that came in way over budget, and then we closed that tender and re-tendered again and turned it into a 2-year project, which you'll see a little later in the report. We're doing a write-on for the consultant, but yeah, 2 so far.
If I could follow up on a final question on that specific answer as well, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, is that when we pre-approved this, it was predicated on that this will allow us to get projects out the door earlier? I may be mistaken, but it doesn't seem like that is being achieved.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, sir, and through you, Chair. No, that's correct. Yeah, we are stalled a little bit. We got, I don't know what to tell you. The Combermere one was a bit of a eye opener for us. So our guys went back and reevaluated their tendering. But I should say we're still ahead.
Yeah, and normally the capital variance program, we wouldn't have seen this report as early as we do now, and that's why there's not many variances on the report. So, so anything else on the consent reports? Councillor from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you. This is with respect to the Matawatchin Road. So the overall project budget was cited here. The rock removal, is that coming in with what that component of the budget had anticipated for the rock removal portion?
We believe it will be, but until we have the tender that comes back for the project. But if
maybe just to put some more clarity on it, when the budget was put together for this project, there was a number that was associated with the rock removal. Is the number that has been tendered for the rock removal consistent with that number?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, our estimates are fairly close to what was tendered.
That is satisfactory, or at least fairly close to satisfactory.
Fairly close. Okay, and I'll give more opportunity. So the last one here is the municipal 511 agreement. Allows us to track a whole lot of things that are going on. All right, seeing nothing further, I would entertain a motion to accept, a mover and seconder to accept the consent reports. Moved by the member from Edmundston Bromley, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards. All those in favor? And that is carried. Move on to the discussion reports. And item A, the operations discussion report. I'll go to Mr. Perkins first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the under item 1 is the transit options for the County of Renfrew. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council that an ad hoc committee be developed to review potential options for a transit system with application for the County of Renfrew.
Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Headclar Mariah. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Back to you, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. And item 2 is County Road 512, which is Foy Mount Road, fundraiser cycling event request. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee directs staff to coordinate with the organization of the Everest Climb Cancer Foundation, fundraiser, to explore and assess agreeable traffic management solutions to ensure County Road 512, Foy Mount Road, remains open during the Everest Hill Climb fundraiser while promoting safety for road users and event participants.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Bonnechere Valley, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Discussion. Member from Bonnechere Valley.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I just want to thank our staff for working with this group. Obviously, this came to Bonnechere Valley. They didn't realize it was a county road. And then, of course, we found out all this amazing road constructions being done on 512. I just want to thank you publicly for working with this group. I think it's incredibly important and such a fun and amazing way to raise some funds and awareness for cancer research. Thanks, Lee.
Thank you for that. And just you'll note there's 2 maps in the package that show the section that will be used, and that if the road was closed, what the bypass would be. So it's really not feasible for that, but I believe the county has committed to helping with signage and making sure the general public is aware that there is a race going on. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And item 3 is PwC 2025-18 Engineering Services for replacement of B188 or Turcotte Bridge. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approves proposal PwC 2025-18
as submitted by Tatham Engineering Limited, Collingwood, Ontario, for engineering services for the replacement of county structure B188 Turcotte Bridge located on Code Road, approximately 2.2 kilometers northeast of Mixburg Road, in the township of Laurentian Valley, in the amount of $83,575,000 plus applicable taxes, and that a professional services agreement be executed for this assignment.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from North Algonquin and Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Petawawa. This one I'm going to ask the director to give us a little bit of background.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Obviously, we went to tender for design for this particular bridge. As you can see, the submittals came back here. We did have $35,000 or $38,500 budgeted for it. When we reviewed the packages, obviously, we do look through all these packages very carefully. And with that said, Tatham provided the best options available. And again, what we'll do here is, in financial implications, is we'll continue to monitor our 2025 capital budget. So later on in the season, if we need to reduce to cover off our overages, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Member from North Algonquin and Wilberforce.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Perkins. What was the big difference in the pricing? Because one quote did come in at $34,000. Obviously, there was something missing in that one, I would assume.
I had some of this information, but I'm going to go to Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. There's the lowest bid, lowest bid. First of all, we do request for proposals, so we're not bound by tender pricing. When we did review this one, there was very glaring omissions compared to the other two. So, anyways, and the guys do have if you ever need, we do have a criteria for grading these. So, but yeah.
Okay, anything further? Seeing nothing, I'll call question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now we'll go to item B, the operations discussion reports, bylaws. Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Item 4 is alterations to county roads and structures. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council to adopt a bylaw approving the alterations to county roads and structures for the 2025 construction season.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Bonnechere Valley. Mr. Perkins. Background.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is our standard. Every single year we look for this bylaw so we can have traffic control and open and close roads to accommodate our construction season.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. Now we'll move on to the pavement marking.
Thank you, Chair. Item 5 is contract PWO 2023-03, pavement marking contract extension. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council approve contract PWO 2023-03 for pavement marking as submitted by Trillium Pavement Marking, TPM, Carleton Place, Ontario, dated March 21, 23, for one additional year, 2025, in the amount of $707,042.54 plus applicable taxes, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the contract extension.
Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Kildow, Haggerty, and Richards, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Fairly straightforward, but an extension to the existing contract with an increase of 2.4%. Any comments or questions? Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'll just echo what I say each year. Have we put anything in there to ensure reflectivity of the beads that are being put on the road?
So we've, based on the work that's been completed, we've had no issues so far.
Thank you, Chair. And just to add, we did hire a consultant last year to follow up. We had no issues, and we will do the same again this year.
Supplementary? Nope. Okay. Anything further on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that too is carried. And now we'll move on to the Combermere Bridge. Mr. Perkins.
Item 6, sir. Thank you, Chair, and through you. PWC 2023-56 is contract administration and inspection of rehabilitation of county structure B145. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council approve an amendment to contract PWC 2023-56 as submitted by Jacobs Consultancy Canada Limited, Ottawa, Ontario, for engineering services for the rehabilitation of county structure B145 Combermere Bridge, to include contract administration and construction inspection in the amount of $379,123.30 plus applicable taxes, and that County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the amendment to the contract.
Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from Edmundston Bromley. Yeah, where are you from? Yeah, that's it. So I'll get some background from Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll actually read through this. So Jacobs Consultancy Canada Limited, or Jacobs, has completed the design for the rehabilitation of county structure B145, and the construction contract for rehabilitation project has been awarded. The initial request for proposals for engineering services for this project awarded the contract for design services, but it identified the contract administration and construction supervisor services may be awarded as a follow-on or amendment to the contract. So county staff requests that Jacobs submit an updated brief proposal for contract administration and construction supervision services based on the schedule of construction submitted by the successful contractor. Jacobs has submitted a proposal with the upset limited cost of $379,123.30. However, this amount has the potential to be less, as full-time inspection on site was assumed for the proposal as directed by county staff, and Jacobs will work with county staff to reduce the part-time inspections when works on the project are limited. The cost is considered competitive, and as Jacobs is the designer for the project, they are the most familiar with its requirements and would be the most cost-effective should design changes be proposed or requested for clarification be received. And the financial implications here are, as the member from Edmundston Brownlee pointed out, 2025 capital budget for Combermere Bridge was $2.5 million, and at the January meeting of Operations Committee, when the award of the contract for construction was presented, the cost of the project overall were projected to be approximately $3.7 million. The proposal by Jacobs surpassed the initial amount allocated at the time by $249,123.30. This is primarily due to the fact that the projected engineering, contract administration, and supervision cost was not updated from the older estimate used for an 18-week construction schedule to the now 45-week projected construction schedule. This increases the project overall capital cost for Combermere Bridge to approximately $3.959 million, which is $1.45 million over budget. And staff will continue to monitor the overall 2025 capital program variance as projects continue to be tendered, and, if required, will present options for consideration to meet the overall 2025 capital budget in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, just ciphering through what Mr. Perkins just said, when we originally looked at this project, it was significantly over budget, so we decided to spread at a recommendation, we decided to spread the project over 2 years. That did lower the cost of the project, but now we're seeing that it's increasing the engineering for the project. So now if county staff can take on some of that role, we'll see potentially some savings of that towards that $379,000. Comments or questions? Seeing member from Whitewater region.
Yes, it's right here. Sorry, and maybe a question for the staff chair. If I'm just curious, standard practice or best practice for using the same consulting company that does the design to also do the contract administration and construction supervision services. Is that best practice?
I can pass this along, but what we found in the past that if it's generally speaking, if it's a different engineering firm, they may do things differently and say that other firm didn't do it right, and we want to do it this way. But I'll see if Mr. Perkins wants to add to that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. We do, in our RFP, we put a ride on that says that you may or may not get the contracted services to oversee the project. And in our past practice, it's always been that we've attained that consultant to carry on with the project. An excellent example right now is we're in the process of the Petawawa Boulevard roundabout, and the company that designed all that for us, we're actually working with them to get a contracted services because it's their design. And as the chair alluded to, sometimes if we end up with two different companies, we run into that where that's not how we would have done it. So we found it better, and it is past practice, and it's acceptable practice too. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for that. So do I need a motion for all of the discussion reports, even though we moved each one of them? Okay, so can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation is that the discussion reports be received as presented. Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Head Clara Mariah. And pardon me? Comments and questions for committee members.
I'm just trying to add some time, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and I understand it's been a long day already, but I do want to go back slightly to item 8A and understand the motion's been passed to move forward with this. I want to recognize the amount of work that Mr. Perkins put into this transit option report. It is a very solid report, and I would suggest to you, Chair, in committee that at some point to County Council that Mr. Perkins give a presentation to you on the options as we move forward on the transit options. It's looking at a county-wide solution for transit is something that's a whole new world for us, and one that we've talked about during strategic planning and talked about in economic development and talked about last night, the Transportation Master Plan, PIC. So this deserves some time to be presented to you, and I would just suggest that although this recommendation is going to County Council for approval, that it be met with perhaps a presentation at that time, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. We did have a brief discussion around this morning, and the draft report is there. Ultimately, what it says is that a transit solution is possible, and Mr. Perkins did go to a lot of work finding some examples and evaluating those examples and trying to relate them to, a Renfrew County model. So I would agree with CAO Kelly that this does deserve some more and potentially. I don't know if this committee can recommend that it be presented at County Council or if that just. Okay, so, okay, fair enough. Yeah, sure, sounds good to me, and yeah, it's worth a read for sure. I know I'm going to read. I read it. I'm going to read it again a couple times probably, but for sure. Thank you very much for that. So we've done that. Oh yeah, I didn't finish that. All those in favor of the discussion reports being received? That is carried. We deferred no reports. Verbal reports, there are none. Closed session, there are none. Other new business, I just wanted to make committee aware that In the spirit of municipal cooperation, the county has loaned one of our spare plow trucks to the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, and they're using it right at the moment. And is there any other new business? Yep. And the Councillor Weir from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This is just a notice of motion for the next March 26, 2025. I will be bringing a motion to the Operations Committee to have Renfrew County staff do a feasibility study prior to the 2026 budget on preventative maintenance for roads and infrastructure measures.
Okay, so noted. Is there any other new business? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion that this meeting be adjourned and that the next regular meeting be held Wednesday, March 26, 2025. Moved by member from North Algoma Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Adneston Bromley. Yeah, right. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.